Chapter 695. When did you arrive at Slaver's Bay? Who sent you here? Meiji looked at Messiah and asked curiously. After breakfast, the Dragon Queen once again began her routine bombing mission. Big Bear had accompanied his aunt for the entire afternoon yesterday. Today, he also needed to go to work. After a while, only Meiji and Messiah were left at the long wooden table. Before the Dragon Queen left, she told them to go down at around 10 o'clock. The dwarf had worked very hard last night and was resting at the moment. It's been several months. Uncle Tyrion sent me here to be the Queen's hostage. He even had her treat the injuries on my face. Messiah touched her smooth and delicate cheek and said with a complicated expression. Injuries? Meiji looked over with rapt attention and finally saw a faint red mark under the delicate milky white skin. Following the mark, she saw a broken earlobe. I am the white saintess of the Temple of the Seven Gods. Messiah pulled on her loose white priestess gown. Sister Asherah taught me the 7 Stars Bible. The Queen helped me condense the Holy Priestess seal. I can use a weakened version of holy healing before I become a saint. Then, she had me heal the injuries on my face myself. Previously, even my ears and nose had fallen off. Now, they are slowly recovering every day. Only saints with 200 piety points would be able to receive divine blessings from the Holy Mother. Messiah was clearly not enough. Danny opened a small back door for such people. It was the Holy Priestess seal that solidified the divine power into a runic imprint. With this imprint, one could use a simplified version of holy healing by paying a higher percentage of the divine power usage fee. The saints had to pay 50% of the power of faith. 75% of the power of faith generated by the Holy Priestess prayers would go to Big Black. Meiji had heard about holy healing and the Holy Priestess seal from Sansa. Thus, she was not surprised. Instead, she did not understand why Messiah would be so seriously injured. Who could possibly injure you in the King's Landing? Could it be Joffrey? I heard that he's very crazy. Don't doubt it. Meiji truly did not know that Messiah was sent to Dorne by the dwarves for a marriage alliance. She also did not know that Dark Star had injured her. This was the true speed of information in the 7 kingdoms when there were no messenger crows to deliver letters. Messiah only hesitated for a moment. Then, she roughly recounted what she had experienced in the past few years. Sigh, it's fortunate that you didn't return to King's Landing. The Dark Star is just an exception. Now, King's Landing is, your brother Tommen is dead, you know. The King's Landing is in chaos right now. Even the king has been murdered, and we still haven't found the murderer. Meiji sighed. Messiah's eyes reddened. She nodded and said, I heard from Big Sister Larissa that Tommen is still so young and naive. He doesn't know anything. Messiah is crying. Suddenly, a little girl's voice sounded from the Chinese roses. Who's there? The mother bear was shocked. The flowers were only knee-high and could be seen through at a glance. They could not hide a living person at all. She rubbed her eyes and looked around. It was empty except for the 2 of them. I've seen a deviant ghost. Mother Bear's face was a little pale. It's Little Fog. She's in the Chinese rose bud. Then, she stood up and ran over to the flowering shrub. She extended her finger and gently poked an egg yolk-sized pink flower bud. Bam! The flower bud suddenly bloomed. A small ball of red smoke flew out from the stamen and quickly expanded to the size of a sunflower. A little girl's face was revealed in the center. I'm listening to the language of flowers. Why are you disturbing me? Meiji exclaimed. She pointed at the face formed by the fire mist and said in shock, what kind of fairy is this? She can even speak human language. She's called Little Fog. She's not a fairy. She can be considered a fairy. She's a tree fairy that the Queen picked up in the Sosrose rainforest. Messiah said. I'm not. Bam! The fire fairy suddenly shrunk into a ball and then exploded, revealing a 60-centimeter-long little girl. Her fiery red hair flowed like seaweed. She had a porcelain doll-like face. She wore a dress made of green leaves and flower petals. There was also a pair of transparent wings flashing with red light on her back. "I'm not picked up from the rainforest." Little Fog tilted her head and looked at Meiji. She seemed to have seen something that ordinary people could not see. Suddenly, she clapped her hands and said with a smile, "I know, you're a believer of Mother Goddess." "Mother Goddess? Who? You can turn into a human. That's strange. Are you one of the legendary spirits?" Meiji was at a loss. It was as if she had heard a legendary story told by her nanny. "Look at her." Little Fog flew 3 meters into the air and pointed at the corner of the garden. There was a 3-foot-tall tree stump mixed in a patch of orchid grass. "She's your Mother Goddess." Meiji looked over in confusion. Her eyes widened. She said in disbelief, "Weirwood? There's still living weirwood in Slave Bay?" The tree trunk was as thick as a person's wrist. Its skin was as white as bone. There were a few red spores on its bumpy top. There were even 3 to 5 leaves that looked like blood palms. It was the weirwood tree trunk that Danny had obtained in the stone room where the weirwood seeds grew. She had brought over a dozen weirwood saplings from beyond the Great Wall. However, none of them had survived. On the other hand, the tree trunk that she was going to use to make a sword hilt and staff did not die. At first, it did not wither. It was half dead. Until one day, Little Fog carried a small kettle to water it. Then, she sat on it and sang in the original language. The spores on the tree trunk hardened. Then, a small blood-red palm leaf unfolded. Danny was stunned when she knew about it. What made her even more surprised was that this weirwood tree trunk had a special effect on practicing the Song of Wind. Danny sat by the tree trunk and listened to the Song of Wind. It was 100 times more efficient than anywhere else. This was not cheating. It was as if the tree trunk was teaching her its own Song of Wind. Sheep Egg's Song of Fire was more advanced than Lalo's. Sheep Egg took away Lalo's Song of Fire. Danny's Song of Fire was more advanced than Sheep Egg's. She had shaken his sole control of the Song of Fire. However, Danny could condense the Song of Wind not because her Song of Wind was more advanced than the Door God, but because the Door God had died. The world needed a singer to sing the Song of Wind. In fact, the world had been born for billions of years. There had been many creatures who understood the Song of Wind. However, their Song of Wind was not as good as the Door God's. Therefore, they could not replace the Door God's position. Little Fog's original language song seemed to awaken the Door God's memory of the Song of Wind. Danny did not know. However, she was sure that the tree trunk did not have any consciousness because she had entered it before. That day, outside the Great Wall, in the Green Prophet's shelter, her mind could enter the roots of the weirwood. She could enter the dark depths of the earth and enter the tree trunk to observe what the tree had seen. However, this tree trunk had just started to grow. It did not have roots as deep as the earth. It also did not have rich experience and broad vision. Danny could only see what was happening within a 10-meter radius. She could only trace it back to the moment when Little Fog woke it up with her song. Meiji walked to the tree trunk and squatted down. She asked in confusion, "Weirwood can't leave the Westeros. Little Fog is a tree spirit. She can understand the language of trees and flowers. That's why she can grow living weirwood," Marcella said. "I'm not a tree spirit. I'm a fire spirit created by Mother Goddess Danny," Little Fog said unhappily. "Don't deny it. Master Yamant and scholars said that you're a tree spirit. Also, if you're not a tree spirit, how can you understand the language of trees? You must have injured your brain when you were contracted by the queen," Marcella said with certainty. "I didn't understand the language of flowers before. Mother Goddess taught me," Little Fog said. This was not taught to her by Danny. She did not understand it herself. The language of flowers and trees was not language information. It was a kind of status information. It was a skill that little Fog learned by herself after singing to the weirwood tree trunk every day. Danny guessed that it was related to the talent of the child of the forest and the song of wind. Actually, her fire creation was a more important reason. The child of the forest could understand the voice of trees. However, it could not make an old tree rejuvenate. Little Fog was born from fire. Her body was also made of fire. There was a special kind of vitality in her body. After that, she sat on the weirwood tree and sang every day. She also listened to Danny's song of wind. This state was almost the same as the first child of the forest who slept on the door god's tree trunk. Little Fog was naturally able to sing the song of wind of Mother Goddess Danny. Then, the song of wind would send the vitality of fire into the plant and activate her super little gardener talent. Since they were both tree spirits, Meiji was not surprised by Little Fog's gardener talent. Instead, she asked in puzzlement, "How did you know that I believe in the old god?" "Old god?" Little Fog shook her head in confusion. "What's an old god? Why do you say that it's my mother goddess?" Meiji pointed at the weirwood tree trunk and asked in a different way. "There's a string in your body that's connected to her. There's also a string in my body that's connected to Mother Goddess Danny." "What string?" "Your brain is indeed damaged." Meiji came to her own conclusion. "I don't want to talk to you anymore." Little Fog made a face at her and turned back into a cloud of fire mist. It was as light as smoke and as illusory as fire. Suddenly, it poured into a flower bud and disappeared. "Isn't this the forest of god trees? This weirwood is the heart tree." Meiji looked around and said in realization. "It does look a bit like it." Mesai nodded gently. "Sigh, it's rare to come across such an authentic forest of god trees in a foreign land thousands of miles away. It's a pity not to worship it." As she spoke, Mother Bear pushed aside the blue grass, sat cross-legged in front of the tree trunk, and began to meditate. Well, the old god did not have any classical teachings. The so-called prayer was just to examine one's recent actions under the weirwood tree. In other words, it was to reflect on oneself 3 times a day. Before dinner, Danny, who had returned home from work, habitually practiced beside the weirwood tree. As soon as she merged her thoughts with the tree trunk, she noticed that the weirwood tree had changed again. It seemed that there was a connection with a certain place in the dark. However, her thoughts could not cross over, and she did not know where that place was. Strange, could it be that it can connect to the tree roots of the shelter? Then, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the buff to accelerate her comprehension of the song of wind had leveled up again. Every heart tree and weirwood worshipped by the believers of the old god was equivalent to a signal tower. Countless signal towers were connected to form an omniscient information network that covered the entire continent. At this time, because of Mother Bear's unintentional action, the weirwood tree trunk on the pyramid sensed the network of the distant continent. If there were a few hundred believers of the old god from Westeros who came to the tree trunk and prayed for thousands of years every day, perhaps Danny could sit at home and learn about the affairs of the 7 kingdoms. Of course, the premise was that the owner of the plant omniscient network did not cut off her network. As the days passed, the dwarf's morning time became shorter and shorter every night. The next day, when Meiji and Mesai went to visit him, they also found that his complexion was getting better and better. Then, Meiji opened her eyes wide and carefully looked at the dwarf on the bed. She said in surprise, "You've grown taller." Chapter 696. Oh gods, the holy healing technique can also help people grow taller. After measuring the dwarf's body length, Meiji was stunned. 35 meters. Yes, not only did the dwarf's burnt skin recover its white and tender skin, even his height had increased by a lot, just as the Dragon Queen had promised that day. 35 meters, this data was not shocking, but the dwarf was only 0. 9 meters tall when he was barefoot. In just 7 or 8 days, he had grown by 50%. How? How could this make the dwarves ecstatic? This is a rebirth technique, not a normal, holy healing technique. The dwarf looked at his elongated legs and was filled with emotion. Finally, the suffering I suffered these few days was not in vain. If I use this rebirth technique on Korra, won't he become a giant? Meiji asked curiously. Korra is of normal height, maybe he can grow by a few centimeters, or more than 10 centimeters, but his genes have been fixed, so he can't be as exaggerated as Tyrion. Old Yamant shook his head. What do you mean? What are genes? Meiji asked blankly. The dwarf said sadly, in other words, I shouldn't be a dwarf. Maybe I was disturbed by some external factors when I was in my mother's womb. For example, I was beaten by my father a few times, so I couldn't develop healthily. Old Yamant shook his head and said, no, you are still a dwarf. Danny said that the reason you are only 0.9 meters tall is because of both innate genes and acquired diseases. She just adjusted your deformed and distorted bones and let them return to their original length, but no matter what, you can't grow to the height of a normal person. The so-called rebirth technique was nothing more than breaking the dwarf's deformed legs, which were twisted like fried dough twists, from the ankle to the pelvis. Then, they would regrow under the treatment technique that was rich in type B active spirituality. It did not change the genes, and it could not grow excessively. If a gecko's tail was broken, it would only grow the same tail as before, and it would not become longer. Before this, the dwarf was 90 centimeters tall, and his legs were only 35 centimeters long. His penis hung down almost to the knees, and he was severely deformed. Of course, his spine also needed to be polished and regrown. Danny just returned him to his original appearance, a body that was genetically grown in the most perfect state. Sigh, 35 meters is enough. At least if I stand on my tiptoes, it's enough to cover the bride with a cloak. The dwarf was both happy and regretful. Old Yamant shook his head again and said, no, your highest height is 4 meters, but Danny purposely made you 35 meters tall. Why? The dwarf asked doubtfully. Because you're about to help me complete a mission. I need you to maintain a height of 35 meters. That night, in the stone room, Danny brought a young man with black eyes and yellow hair with a big nose. Tyrion noticed that the young man's clothes were very neat, but his expression was dispirited. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the Dragon Queen. His nose was still very big, like a sarcoma. He was also very short. Although he wasn't fat, he looked no different from a dwarf. What mission? Tyrion swallowed his saliva, feeling a chill run down his spine. Danny pointed at the young man with a big nose and introduced, Lionel Andres, nicknamed Leo, the 4th prince of the Jade Walrus Island. But everyone knows that he's actually the illegitimate son of the long-nosed king and the king's second consort. This big nose is too obvious. Jade Walrus Island? The long-nosed king? The dwarf was confused. You don't know about the Jade Walrus Island? The king of Jade Walrus Island declared war on Slave Bay and is part of the Allied army. They sent 5,000 of their most elite elephant soldiers to join the Allied army, led by the king's younger brother, the long-nosed king. I know about the long-nosed king, I know that he commands 5,000 elephant soldiers, but what does that have to do with me? The dwarf asked. Your mission is to disguise yourself as Prince Leo and enter the Allied army's main camp in exchange for prisoners. Find the long-nosed king first. Then act according to the situation and at least find the 5,000 elephant soldiers underground. If possible, use your specialty and assassinate a few generals. What? The dwarf cried out in disbelief, how do I disguise myself? Is the long-nosed king an idiot? Can't he recognize his illegitimate son? Not to mention the long-nosed king, I guarantee that even his mother won't be able to tell, Danny said confidently. Could it be? Tyrion was shocked. He remembered that he was the same height as Prince Leo, and then he thought of the Faceless One. Did you secretly learn the Faceless One's face-changing skill? He asked in horror. Hearing this, the fourth prince of Jade Walrus Island immediately collapsed to the ground, his pants wet. He cried and begged, "No, don't skin my face. I'm a noble captive. Your Majesty, you can't murder a noble captive. Don't be agitated. I won't skin you or kill you. How can I murder a captive?" Danny comforted the prince and turned to the dwarf. The Faceless One's face-changing skill is nothing. Faceless is trash in front of the stranger's 4 great divine arts. Stranger's 4 great divine arts? The dwarf was confused. The Holy Mother has the holy healing skill, the blacksmith has the holy flame of forging, doesn't the stranger have any divine arts? That makes sense, the dwarf asked dizzily. Then, what are the stranger's 4 great divine arts? The Han's face-changing skill, the Sun's face-changing skill, the Tai's shape-shifting skill, and the Sky's illusion skill. What are these things? Prince Leo murmured. Danny's eyes lit up like a thunderbolt. She activated the Requiem strike. Leo's eyes turned white, and he fell to the ground with yellow liquid flowing out of his body. I'm a person who abides by tradition. I will never kill a noble captive without trial. So, if I can't kill him, I can't let him know some secrets. Oh, the dwarf replied. Then he asked, what are the stranger's 4 great divine arts? The Sun's face-changing skill. Isn't it easy to understand? Using items and magic potions, you can change your face into someone else's. So powerful. I don't even need to kill or skin him, the dwarf exclaimed. The Sky's illusion skill. Using the illusion of light and shadow, you can turn a hunting dog into a flower knight, you into a 3-meter-tall giant, and a crocodile into Balerion. Wow, this is even stronger. I didn't expect the stranger to have illusions as well, the dwarf sighed again. Danny sized up the dwarf with bad intentions and said, the Tai's shape-shifting skill. Cutting off your penis and turning you into a girl, and even Mimi. You should be glad that the plundering team captured Prince Leo and not Princess Leo in the Freedom Strait. Gah, the dwarf's face suddenly turned white. He tightened his legs and said in horror, this isn't a divine art, it's an evil art. You dare to blaspheme the 7 gods? Dragon Queen's voice was gloomy, and her eyes became dangerous. No, I'm a devout believer of the 7 gods. I was wrong. I repent. The stranger should be so mysterious and evil. The dwarf hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please continue. There's also Hanji's plastic surgery. Plastic surgery is what I want to do to you. Without changing your skin, you can change your face. You will have the same face as Prince Leo. Even Faceless One won't be able to distinguish the real from the fake. The 7 gods above. The stranger's 4 great divine arts. Obtaining one of them is enough to surpass Faceless One, the dwarf muttered in shock. The stranger's 4 great divine arts were Asia's 4 great evil arts, but Danny only knew Korean plastic surgery. Shape-shifting, she had no experience and lacked non-healing potions, so she couldn't do it. Makeup, her skills were relatively poor, and she lacked a large amount of cosmetics made from chemical materials. Photoshop, she didn't even have a computer, so how could she Photoshop? Only plastic surgery. As a surgeon, she had the foundation of using a knife. She condensed the sword god's divinity, and her swordsmanship entered the realm of God. Swordsmanship, knife skills, and scalpel skills were all mastered. In fact, after the first assassination attempt by the female Faceless One, she had the idea of recreating the Asian divine arts in the other world. But at that time, she didn't know how to use holy healing, so she couldn't solve the problem of healing wounds without leaving a trace. After she solved the biggest problem of plastic surgery, she suddenly realized, my ability is so strong, so why do I still want to use these crooked methods? I have a shape-shifting animal companion, a magical spiritual projection, and Danny's whisper. Is there a need for plastic surgery? No need. Until I met Jenny. Just as Danny brought a bowl of poppy milk and was about to pour it down the dwarf's throat, he blocked the bowl and said, "Wait a minute, I still have a few questions. Ask after you're done." Danny passed the bowl again. He blocked it again and anxiously said, "Can I change back after plastic surgery? I don't want to live with a stranger's face for the rest of my life." "Don't worry, today you'll be a spy as Leo. Tomorrow I'll change your face to Leo's." "I don't want Leo's face, I want mine." Danny shook her head and said, "You're too ugly. I promise that the Emperor's version of healing will not only make you taller, but also make you more handsome than your brother and prettier than your sister. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. No matter how ugly it is, it's still my face. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Danny passed the bowl again. The dwarf refused again and said, "Your Majesty, I still have a few questions." Gulp, gulp, Danny didn't want to listen anymore. She pinched open his upper and lower jaw and forced the poppy milk into his mouth. Danny's grip on the knife was very accurate and stable. She had experimented on the corpses of dead enemy soldiers, but it was her first time performing plastic surgery on a living person. Unsurprisingly, she failed. Danny made a Prince Leo with a crooked nose and slanted eyes. But she wasn't afraid, she had holy healing technique. Then, the second time, the third time, the fourth time, that night, she worked from nightfall to the next morning and failed 35 times. The key was that Prince Leo's egg-sized red nose was very difficult to imitate. She needed to find a filler and stuff it in. Unfortunately, Danny didn't have silicone, so she could only use fishwood. Yes, fishwood was indestructible, its chemical and physical stability was terrifyingly strong. If it was made into a filler, it wouldn't decay and change shape even after 10,000 years. In theory, it was more suitable than silicone, but fishwood was harder than silicone. If some female celebrity dared to pinch her chin filled with fishwood, well, there was no need to pinch. Everyone could tell that she had undergone plastic surgery. After resting for an hour and eating breakfast, she rode the dragon to work. In the afternoon, she got off work early and returned to the operating room to continue her experiments. No wonder there were so many ghost surgeries in Korea. It was because the newbie doctors needed too much training. Danny sighed. Hard work paid off. Finally, when the centaur Maidiri came to deliver supper, the Dragon Queen got inspiration from the meat muffin. Since fishwood is too hard, can it be made into meat muffin? Isn't beef jerky very hard too? But if it was made into meat muffin, how soft and fluffy would it be? Then, the dwarf had a fishwood meat muffin nose. 7 gods above, this. The dwarf looked at himself in the mirror and was so incredulous that he almost collapsed. How did I become like this? The dwarf pinched his soft big nose and cried. Chapter 697. The dwarf touched his own face and rubbed the face of the unconscious Prince Leo. Finally, he put his face next to Leo's face and compared them in the mirror. Amazing, this is really amazing. Strangers' 4 great divine arts are not just for show. Danny was wearing a white coat, and her silver hair was tied into a ponytail. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and raised her chin slightly, smiling proudly. The dwarf pinched his Adam's apple and said in disbelief, "Even my voice has changed. Stranger's divine arts, Hanji's facial surgery, is really scary. I was worried about my voice and eyes, but I didn't expect. Your Majesty is really meticulous." Tyrion exclaimed sincerely. Before drinking the milk of Poppy, he had already noticed a few problems. First, his voice was not right. Second, he had heterochromatic pupils, one blue and one black, while Prince Leo's pupils were black. Third, their skin color. Both of them were white, but the dwarf was an undul, so his skin color was whiter, while Leo was a native of the tropical islands, so his skin color was darker. When he woke up, all his problems were solved by the Dragon Queen. Danny slit open the dwarf's and Leo's throats, carefully comparing the length and thickness of their vocal cords, and even the tightness of their surrounding muscles. She slowly adjusted, roughly making the dwarf's voice 60% similar to Leo's. 60% was enough. The heterochromatic pupils were even easier. She just needed to make the dwarf a one-eyed man. Without Danny's explanation, the dwarf knew how to cry to his new father. During the battle, my eyes were hit by a ferocious raider team, and I became blind. It was difficult to make skin white, but it was too easy to make skin black. She contacted Kuei-shi and used a potion she recommended, which could even make the dwarf a native of the Summer Islands. My appearance has changed, but what about my memory and language? The dwarf asked worriedly. Bam! Danny threw a thick stack of documents in front of the dwarf. Leo only knows advanced Valeglia. He is the illegitimate son of the long-nosed king. The king didn't kill him because of his brother's power, but he didn't like him. The long-nosed king did not pay much attention to this illegitimate son. After all, he was still the king's son in name. Therefore, the long-nosed king and the nobles of Ko Chang Island around him don't know more about Leo than you do after reading this document. Also, Prince Leo's talents were mediocre. Since he was 12 years old, he had been living in brothels and lived a life of debauchery. Before he grew up, his body was damaged. Even though he wasn't a dwarf, he looked like one. His life path is very simple. With your wisdom and your experience as the King's Landing's Prime Minister, you should be able to fool him easily, right? Of course, I hope and will do my best to fool them. Otherwise, I will lose my life. The dwarf looked up from the document and smiled bitterly. Danny nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. Now let's talk about your goal. First, you have to meet King Longnose. Leo must be tired of living this time." After being instigated by a few young masters, he came all the way to Slaves Bay, wanting to make a name for himself on the battlefield. Second, you have to follow King Longnose into the underground military camp. Underground military camp? The dwarf said incredulously, did the Alliance army dig an underground city outside the city? 5,000 elephant soldiers, 5,000 giant elephants. I also think it's unbelievable, but we've searched the surrounding 100 kilometers. The 5,000 elephant soldiers disappeared overnight. I can't think of any other place to hide that army other than underground. The dwarf said in shock, how did they do it? If they dug to the city of Myrene, and the 5,000 elephant soldiers suddenly went on a rampage, hiss. Danny looked at him deeply and said with a smile, actually, the 5,000 elephant soldiers are not the scariest thing. Do you know what is the scariest thing? A monster that digs a hole. The dwarf's face was pale. He said in a trembling voice, what kind of monster is it? Aren't you a megalosaurus expert? Why can't you guess it? Dragon worm? The dwarf said with difficulty. Danny nodded lightly. It's very likely to be a dragon worm. Dragon worms were also called fire dragon worms. Although they were called worms, they were actually a subspecies of dragons. Like pterosaurs, dragon worms were similar in form to megalosaurus. They did not have wings, so fire dragon worms could not fly in the sky. They could only dig holes in the soil. However, dragon worms also had the fire magic that belonged to megalosaurus, and they could spit dragon flames. The most famous hand of the king in Westeros, the Bastion Friar, was a commoner. After reading the secret records of the Targaryen royal family, he wrote a famous, scientific research book on the origin of megalosaurus, dragons, dragon worms, and pterosaurs, the unnatural history of the dragon race. Other than discussing the differences between megalosaurus, dragon worms and pterosaurs, the book mainly explained a secret about the origin of megalosaurus. The megalosaurus of Valeglia did not evolve naturally. In the past, megalosaurus went extinct at least once. The ancestors of Valeglia extracted special genes from dragon worms and pterosaurs through brilliant blood witchcraft and fused them into a complete megalosaurus. At that time, although dragon worms rarely appeared in the world, scholars were not unfamiliar with them. What was worse was that the idiot St. Bailey later listed The Unnatural History of Evolution as a banned book. Not only did he search out all of The Unnatural History of Evolution and burn them, even the secret records in the royal family's library were not spared. Only a complete set of books was hidden in the cellar of the City of Learning. The books that were scattered outside were all scattered books. The dwarf had also spent a lot of energy and effort to collect that set of books. Therefore, when Danny gave a slight hint, he guessed that it was a dragon worm that was digging a tunnel. Then, could a dragon worm dig a tunnel of that scale? Aegon the Conqueror's Mount Black Death Balerion could swallow a mammoth in one gulp. From this, it could be seen how huge an adult megalosaurus was. As for dragon worms, just by looking at their living habits, they seemed to be very similar to fire-breathing earthworms. However, they were really a distant relative of the megalosaurus. An adult dragon worm's body was incomparably huge, not much smaller than a megalosaurus. Sigh, if only Friar Basil's The Unnatural History of Evolution was still here. That book has a detailed introduction to the habits of dragon worms, the dwarf said regretfully. The scholars secretly preserved the complete, The Unnatural History of Evolution. When you finish your mission, you can go to the City of Learning to look for it. Right now, your mission is not to study the habits of dragon worms, but to determine whether that monster is a dragon worm, and then figure out its location. If you don't know the weakness of the dragon worm, how will you deal with it? The dwarf asked. I have a megalosaurus and 800 knights with steel swords, Danny said with a serious expression. Of course, she knew the weakness of dragon worms. They were afraid of the cold. Dragon worms liked volcanic environments. They could swim in lava pools, but they could not survive in low-temperature soil for long. She had a plan to deal with it. However, the dwarf was going to be a spy. If she told him too many secrets, what if her identity was exposed and he was caught by Jenny? What if her plan was leaked? She might as well tell him a piece of false information. If the dwarf really met with misfortune, he could luckily be transformed into a living Jiangan. However, the dwarf seemed to have guessed her sinister intentions. He only used his single eye to look deeply at the dragon queen. He did not continue on this topic and asked, "How should I inform you? Should I bring along a shape-shifting animal companion?" The shape-shifting was exposed long ago. There's also the magic tower that suppresses the glass candle's communication. Danny told him about Jenny's true dragon roar and Orlas's appearance in the second core of the weave. In the end, finally, she said, I have to admit that those old monsters like Balerion and Melisandre are stronger than me in terms of experience and technique. However, the light of the 7 gods cannot be concealed. I can't use magic to send messages, but I can pray to the 7 gods. Pray. Pray to the 7 gods for protection. The dwarf had a ridiculous expression. Have you forgotten that you have the Holy Knight's seal? What do you mean? The dwarf's face was pale. He looked at Danny in alarm and asked bitterly, Can you monitor my thoughts through the Holy Knight's seal? Danny shook her head and asked with a smile, Do you remember how the Alliance's winged dragon knights communicated with each other when Benny was still alive? During the Battle of Tolos and the Battle of Myrine later, the Alliance's winged dragon squads all communicated through Balerion's channel of faith, as if they were wearing radio headsets. The Alliance's winged dragon knights had all been carefully selected. They were either pure-blooded Valeglia or devout believers of Balerion. Therefore, as Balerion's clone, Benny could act as a signal tower and communicate with the surrounding winged dragon knights in real time. Thinking of this, the dwarf let out a long sigh of relief. He knew that this method of communication was only through the channel of faith, transmitting information within a short distance. Not only could he not spy on others' thoughts, if the distance was too far more than 10 kilometers the signal of faith would be bad. Any further and the connection would be disconnected. You don't seem to have used this function before, Tyrion said, puzzled. I haven't used it on you because you didn't have the chance to participate in the dragon battle with me during the day. I've been using it every day for the recent bombardment of the Alliance's camp. The dwarf recalled carefully. Indeed, during the Battle of New Guise, he had participated in a dragon battle with the Dragon Queen. However, it had been at night and a chaotic battle. Your Majesty, you learned this method of communication from Balerion. How could she not be on guard? The dwarf asked again. Jenny must be on guard, but... Danny smiled proudly. Do you know that Melisandre snatched Aegon's dragon by force? She failed. He, I've said it before. Other than me, no one can even think of snatching the Holy Knight's winged dragon. Danny smiled proudly and said, after the exchange of prisoners, I will shatter the Holy Knight's seal in your mind and destroy it completely. After you enter the cave and make sure it's completely safe, you can secretly pray to the 7 gods. The power of faith will slowly restore the Holy Knight's seal. The dwarf had a complicated expression. Extraordinary people like you shouldn't even exist in this world. With you around, us ordinary people have no reason to fight. There's no hope, no future that we can control. We are destined to be ruled by extraordinary people without any power to resist. You also want to build a real world? Danny asked calmly. The dwarf nodded and admitted to it. He sighed and said, the normal people in the world who are ambitious and unwilling to admit defeat are all afraid and jealous of superhumans. This is the basis for the City of Knowledge to create the theory of the real world. Now that I think about it, the scholars have only implemented the will of us ordinary people. They didn't sin. The sin lies in the unfairness of the heavens. I've studied all my life. My wisdom, strategy, and experience all surpass yours. You are ignorant and stupid, but with a simple witchcraft, you were able to understand all my combat information and easily defeat me on the battlefield. Why? Everyone will be unconvinced and resentful. Looks like your resentment is quite strong too. Danny nodded and suddenly said, but do you know that you should also be eliminated in the real world? Chapter 698. Why would I be eliminated by the real world? The dwarf was puzzled. You're also an extraordinaire. I don't have any talent. The dwarf's heart skipped a beat, and he said in surprise, could it be that I'm a god's descent? You said that the Emperor version healing plan would allow me to obtain the skills of a god's descent, with infinite strength and magic immunity. That's right, the transformation should have been successful. Shouldn't the Holy Mother's divine arts guarantee a 100% success rate? The dwarf was puzzled. The divine arts of the 7 gods only include the rebirth technique, the god's descent is my blood magic transformation. What? The dwarf's face was distorted, and his big nose was as red as a ball. You turned me into a demon mountain? He was almost shouting. Wasn't the demon mountain extremely strong and not afraid of being hurt? The dwarf immediately thought of the demon mountain whose head had been changed, and he seemed to have changed his head as well. Tyrion wanted to cry but had no tears. Danny pulled a long face and scolded, what are you howling for? The demon mountain is an undead monster, you're a dragon blood holy warrior, a holy knight blessed by the 7 gods, how can you be the same as that evil demon mountain? The dwarf touched his chest, and felt that his heart was still beating strongly. He was instantly relieved, and complained, I just want to be a normal person, why do you have to torture me? And there's no effect. You have a mission, if you inject your divine power now, Jenny will notice that something is wrong. In fact, Danny also wanted to try and see how the transformation of the dwarf was. The reason why she used the dwarf as an experiment, other than to punish him for his betrayal, was also because of the dwarf's unique bloodline, his adaptability to fire surpassed other fire wizards. Just like Little Fog, who was burned dozens of times in a day, turned into a fire spirit in one go. Fu could not stand it after being burned once or twice a day, and finally burned into a blank life mark, but he failed many times to turn into a fire element creature. Danny suspected that Fu could not become a fire spirit. The dwarf was the Little Fog of the humans. After all, he was the closest person to her bloodline other than Simba. As expected, the dwarf was a good experiment subject. After burning his heart and liver countless times in a week, Dany actually had some enlightenment, and her fire creation divinity improved. Although he couldn't use fire to create organs out of thin air, he could gradually extract the power of life from fire. In other words, even if she didn't have a Type B active soul, Dany could still use flames to perform fire healing. Using the life force of fire to reforge the dwarf's internal organs and spine, imprinting the runes of the Vajra Song of Power in the process. He only needed to infuse Dany's divine power to try and activate it. "Are you sure I can use deity descent?" The dwarf was doubtful. "I'm not sure." Dany told the truth. Seeing the dwarf's expression change drastically, she hurriedly comforted him. "Anyway, you've already obtained the talent for fire witchcraft from the modification of blood magic. It's worth it no matter what." "I have a talent for fire magic?" The dwarf was surprised. "I'm not sure if I can become a god, but I'm sure I have the talent for fire witchcraft. The Pro-Emperor's healing plan is definitely worthy of its name, and it's definitely worth 500 lives." Dragon Queen made a solemn vow, her expression serious. She wasn't lying either. The dwarf's fire magic talent had indeed come from her. The dwarf's expression gradually softened, and he asked expectantly, "Is my fire wizard spell talent strong?" "Very strong." "Is it as strong as Master Pogba, one of the big shots in Volantis?" The dwarf's smile grew wider, the anticipation in his eyes growing stronger. "Don't talk about Pogba, your current talent is several times stronger than Larissa's. Maybe you can become the #1 person among the younger generation in Slave Bay in the future." He. The dwarf's eyes blurred, falling into a beautiful fantasy of the future. After laughing foolishly for a while, he wiped away the saliva at the corner of his mouth and said shyly with a red face, "Can I become the #1 person among the younger generation in the Western continent?" "Not bad, you're very ambitious." Dany encouraged him seriously, then shook her head and said, "The #1 person among the younger generation in the Western continent is Jon Stark. You can only be #2. "#2 is not bad," the dwarf said excitedly. "Now, are you still looking forward to the real world and complaining that the world is unfair?" Dany asked. The dwarf put on a straight face and said seriously, "It's reasonable to exist. If there are no extraordinary people, who will deal with the deviant ghosts?" The City of Knowledge didn't work hard to adapt to this world, but tried to change the world through destruction. "I've already gone astray due to jealousy. I've committed a heinous crime. As for fairness, they're all infants. Some are born into noble families, and some are born into poor families. From birth, it's decided that they have an insurmountable gap in their future. Compared to their birth status, magic talent and whatnot is already very fair. After all, even if you have talent, you still have to work hard to learn." "Not bad, your butt is not crooked this time," Dany nodded and said. "Your Majesty, my butt has always been straight," the dwarf said solemnly. "If I was born as a noble, I would definitely insist that nobles are born holy, and commoners are born lowly. If I was born as a slave, I swear, I would be more radical than the Count of Shattered Shackles." In the morning 2 days later, at the north gate of Meereen, the drawbridge creaked as it was lowered. The warhorse under the great general of the West, Count Cleon, made a clear clattering sound as it stepped on the wooden planks. 2 horsemen holding colorful peace flags protected him on both sides, and more than 30 knights followed closely behind. The thin morning mist slowly dissipated under the morning sun, revealing a flat farmland that had been trampled countless times by thousands of soldiers and horses. Other than the overturned black mud and hoofprints, there was not a single green vegetable or a bunch of golden wheat. The 10-kilometer-wide battlefield was empty and quiet. There were only 35 knights led by Count Cleon, and a dozen knights slowly approaching from the opposite side. They were from the allied camp, and they were also holding colorful peace flags. The leader was Dany's old friend, the Yuan-Kai war god Graz, Dan. "Help, uncle, help me. Before the two sides even got close, a one-eyed dwarf behind Count Klain screamed miserably. "It's Prince Leo!" Someone beside the war god exclaimed. "Shut up!" The Count of Shattered Shackles turned around and shouted angrily, "This is a sacred captive exchange ceremony. Do you want your uncle to take him away?" The one-eyed dwarf shrunk his neck in fear after being scolded by the butcher. Then, he cried, "Let's exchange me first. I'm the fourth prince of Ko Chang Island, and my uncle is the Long-Nosed King. You have to exchange me first." Not only the Count of Shattered Shackles' retainer knights, the allied captives beside the one-eyed dwarf, and the war god's group all showed looks of disdain. "It's not worth it to exchange a precious dragon knight for trash like this," the war god's personal attendant said in a low voice. "Sigh, his uncle is the Long-Nosed King." The war god Yuan Kai sighed helplessly. He squeezed his horse's belly and quickly moved forward. The two teams of knights stopped beside a 4-foot-wide ditch. The paddy field was already barren and dry. Only yellow straw roots and bowl-sized holes were left on the ground by the horse's hooves. Only a finger-deep water was left in the ditch. 4 or 5 small crucian carps were swimming among the water plants, looking for food. The war god Yuan Kai looked deeply at the slave count across from him and said in a clear voice, "I have 3 winged dragon knights and 2 centaur rangers." Count Broken Shackle looked deeply at the slave master and said, 2 winged dragon knights, 7 noble commanders from various city-states, all with the title of count or above, 3 smugglers, 2 roaming cavalrymen, and 1 prince. Let's exchange me first. I'm a prince, the prince of Ko Chang Island. My uncle is the Long-Nosed King, and he commands 5,000 elephant soldiers, the one-eyed dwarf hurriedly said. The war god Yuan Kai looked coldly at him and asked, 1 dragon knight for 1 ranger. I only have 1 dragon knight left. How many noble commanders can I exchange for? 5. What about the remaining 2 counts and merchants? The war god asked again. 1 count for 1,500 gold radiance, and 500 gold radiance per merchant, the Count of Shattered Shackles said in a familiar tone. Very reasonable. Deal. The war god nodded. What about me? The one-eyed dwarf asked anxiously. The war god Yuan Kai sighed and said in a low voice, How much is Prince Leo worth? Klein raised 3 fingers. 3,000 gold radiance. Deal. The war god Yuan Kai heaved a sigh of relief. The other party hadn't asked for too much. What? I'm only worth 3,000 gold radiance. The one-eyed dwarf wasn't willing to accept it. If you want money, you should have sent a letter to my uncle earlier. It's only 3,000 gold radiance, and he's locked me up for more than a month. Shut up. The war god couldn't hold back any longer. Who are you? Do you know my uncle, the Long-Nosed King? I'm the Prince of Ko Chang Island. How dare you act so impudently in front of me? The one-eyed dwarf shouted back with his only eye wide open. The war god Yuan Kai took a bag of gold coins from his attendant and tossed it to the other side. Let's go. He didn't even look at the one-eyed dwarf and turned around to leave. Klein reached out and caught the bag of gold coins. He weighed it in his hand and said with a wave of his hand, The deal is done. You may leave. The one-eyed dwarf seemed to be impatient. He immediately shouted, Hiya, and kicked his horse's spurs, causing it to gallop forward. But when they crossed the ditch, the horse sprinted too quickly and jumped too early, causing its 2 hind hooves to sink into the ditch. Splash! One-eyed dragon slid down from the saddle and fell into a shallow puddle of water. The news of the 4th Prince of Ko Chang Island falling into a ditch and catching a cold and fever quickly spread through the allied camp. I want to see my uncle. My uncle is the Long-Nosed King. I want to see my uncle. My uncle is the Long-Nosed King, he kept shouting as if he was chanting a spell. His voice was hoarse and he seemed to be in a daze. The commander of the Western Army, Siberio, even met him personally and suggested that he go to Torlos to recuperate. However, the one-eyed dwarf refused without hesitation. I came all the way to Slaver's Bay to make a name for myself. I was even blinded in one eye by a lowly slave. I can't leave without accomplishing anything. I want to see my uncle. I want to join the elephant army. I want to destroy Myrene City. I want to cut off Danny Leesy's dog head. The one-eyed dwarf gnashed his teeth and swore. His expression was ferocious and twisted. His whole body exuded an unstoppable determination and will. Prince Leo's ability aside, his hatred for Slaver's Bay and the Dragon Queen was so obvious and sincere that the triangular-faced commander was moved. He came all the way to join the army and didn't lose his spirit even after he was captured. He had just regained his freedom and was determined to fight the enemy. If he was properly trained, he would definitely become a pillar of the Allied army. Alright, the pillar was too imaginary, but Prince Leo's request wasn't too much. The triangular-faced commander decided to help pass the message. 2 days later, the one-eyed dwarf met his uncle. There was no mistaking him for someone else. The two looked very similar, as if they were made from the same mold, especially that big red nose. "Uncle!" the one-eyed dwarf cried. "Leo!" The long-nosed king walked over with concern and supported his nephew. However, he scolded, "Nonsense! What are you doing here? Look, even one of your eyes is broken. Uncle, I want to make a name for myself with you." The one-eyed dwarf gritted his teeth and said, "I want those bastards in Longtooth Palace who flatter the strong and trample on the weak to understand that the wheel of fortune changes. Don't bully a poor young man." Sigh. The long-nosed king sighed and nodded lightly. "Alright, we will definitely win this time. With the great achievement of capturing Danny Leesy, you really might be able to ascend to the throne." Then, the one-eyed dwarf saw a white-robed priestess with a stunning appearance and an icy temperament. Chapter 699. 15 kilometers to the northwest of Myrene, on a rocky cliff by the sea, there was a simple but deep cave that was dug out from a crack in the cliff. "Take off your clothes." Under the dim yellow light of the oil lamp, Jenny's delicate face was 3 parts impatient and 4 parts indifferent. "What?" Prince Leo's only eye widened. His lustful and soul-stirred expression turned into astonishment, a little anticipation, and a little surprise. "Take off my clothes here. People are coming and going." Although he said that, his movements were unusually smooth. He quickly took off his exquisite blue velvet coat and thin calfskin tights. Soon, his underwear, boots, and socks were also taken off. He covered his private parts and stood naked in front of Jenny. Even though his uncle and 2 servants were standing beside him, the one-eyed man who had been staring at Jenny's face and chest could not help but raise his small head and then lower his big head in shame. "My apologies, Lord Jenny." The long-nosed king looked panicked, and his face was full of an apologetic smile. "Leo is young and immature. I'm sorry for troubling you." After that, he glared at the illegitimate son. "Do you know what kind of person she is? You're really lustful." Of course, the short man knew who Jenny was. However, looks were justice, and Jenny was too righteous. This was his instinct, and he could not control it. Just when the atmosphere became tense and everyone was worried that Jenny would use fire witchcraft to take away the filthy man in front of her, she suddenly blushed. The coldness in her big sky-blue eyes was like a frozen lake that melted in the warm wind of early spring. It became watery and charming. What was even more unbelievable was that she even licked her full red lips. She really wanted to kill them. The one-eyed short man had no choice but to bow and pay his respects. While he was feeling awkward, Jenny suddenly asked, "Is he a direct descendant of Valeglia?" The long-nosed king was stunned for a moment before he realized that High Priestess Jenny was asking him. The royal family of Ko Chang Island has been passed down for thousands of years. A few generations have been connected by marriage with the high nobles of Valeglia. There are even direct descendants of the 14 Fire Peak families, Leo's mother's family. But hundreds of years have passed, and we shouldn't be considered direct descendants anymore, he said, full of doubts. If a noble did not have a trace of Valeglia's bloodline in their body, there were only two possibilities. Either their family background was shallow, and they had just made a fortune not long ago. Or, their status was too low, and they did not have the qualifications to marry into a great noble family. Valeglia had ruled the world for 6,000 years, but it wasn't as if they were cooped up in the Valeglia Peninsula. In fact, their drive to expand was very strong. They liked to use collateral branches to marry the local aristocrats and obtain the ruling rights of that land. Of course, the Westeros were a special case. There were hundreds of nobles with tens of thousands of years of history, but it wasn't until Aegon's expedition to the west that the Valeglia bloodline began to spread at an extremely slow speed. Jenny stared at the short man excitedly and said softly, "The Valeglia blood in Leo's body is very rich and of high quality, very. It really makes my heart beat faster and my mouth water." The long-nosed king touched his big nose and said with certainty, "He's my son, I'm sure of that." "Maybe it's renting." Jenny guessed. What are you talking about? What high-quality Valeglia bloodline?" The one-eyed short man was at a loss, and even his small head became dejected. "Child, you've awakened the pure blood of high-quality Valeglia." The long-nosed king laughed. "But I didn't." The one-eyed short man was even more confused. He could memorize his own family tree for the past 500 years, and he was completely sure that there wasn't a single Valeglia. The Targaryens had always treasured their bloodline, and most of it was sold internally. Even if it was sold externally, as long as the Targaryens on the Iron Throne weren't idiots, they would try their best to marry nobles of high status and low power. Where did he get the high-quality Valeglia bloodline from? Could it be the blood witchcraft of the Dragon Queen? While he was in shock, the short man suddenly felt a chill between his eyebrows. His attention returned, and he saw Jenny standing in front of him in a pure white priestess robe with golden edges. She was holding a small blood-patterned purple-black crystal. A glass candle. She was pressing the glass candle between his eyebrows. Then, the short man felt a warmth slowly spreading from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. It was as if he was being hung upside down and submerged in a hot pool starting from his head. However, compared to the comfort and relaxation of soaking in the hot spring, the warmth brought about by the glass candle made him nervous and frightened. It was as if an 8-foot-tall muscular man had forcibly opened his tightly closed legs and roughly examined his body. This cycle repeated 7 or 8 times, and the little thoughts that the short man had for Jenny completely disappeared. He started to fear her. At this time, Jenny kept the glass candle and nodded in satisfaction. She smiled charmingly and said, "Very good." After suffering a few losses, Dany Lilith also became honest and didn't do anything to the captives anymore. "How many losses have you suffered?" The short man muttered blankly. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and his heart trembled. 7 levels of hell, I'm not the first. If it was a spy, he was really the first, but he had done the act of mixing sand several times. There was even a captive who left a soul mark on his body, but it was still discovered by Jenny. Then, she reversed the true soul destruction strike and directly turned the Volantis double invincible into a Volantis magnate. Well, the old black man Wood and the skinny man Pogba, who had followed the Dragon Queen to attend the extraordinary gathering, were known as the Volantis double invincible. Now, only Pogba was left, and the double invincible had become extinct. Why was it the old black man Wood? Obviously, the Dragon Queen deeply understood the principle that a gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. If there was a need, she would let her underling build it. "I originally planned to let you stay in the outer cave, but now..." Jenny stretched out her slender fingers and lifted the short man's chin. Seeing his single eye and big nose, a hint of disdain appeared in her lake-like blue eyes. When she lowered her head and saw his thing, she smiled in satisfaction again. "Get dressed and come to me." After leaving this sentence, she returned to her cold and serious face and led the two attendants out of the cave. Uncle, what does High Priest Jenny mean? The short man looked at his new father eagerly. Lady Jenny is unmarried, and she is the only direct descendant of the Belarus family. She has to pass it on to the next generation, and you are in your prime and unmarried. The two of you are a match made in heaven. As he spoke, the long-nosed king became excited. He patted his son's shoulder and laughed. Leo, you are lucky. Uncle, are you kidding? The short man's big red nose was scared white. Didn't you see it just now? The long-nosed king moved closer to his son's ear and laughed in a low voice. After sensing the pure blood in your body, she began to get horny on the spot. He, the long-nosed king guessed right. Originally, for his sake, Jenny came to check whether Prince Leo had a magic mark on him with a very impatient mood. She was not suspicious of Leo's identity, but she was worried that he had the Dragon Queen's magic items on him. For example, Aunt May used rubies as magic items the most. Wearing the gems she gave could disguise as another person. There were illusion gems, as well as gems with functions such as detoxification, curses, and positioning. Jenny was worried that Leo had such things hidden on him. Who knew that when he took off all his clothes, the masculine smell would enter her nose, and she would have the urge to mate with him. It was like female animals secreting estrogen. The estrogen would spread into the air, and male beasts would smell it and come to mate. This was an animal instinct chosen by nature. Jenny also had the instinct to obtain and integrate the high-level Valeglia's bloodline, and continue and optimize the next generation of pure blood. What stimulated Jenny's mating instinct was not male hormones, but the high-level Valeglia's bloodline. As the long-nosed king said, if Belarus's direct bloodline was to be passed on, Jenny had to get married. Her previous choice was Benny. This had nothing to do with emotions. Beleriand simply needed an heir. Without pure-blood heirs like Jenny and Benny, who would he find to be his clone when he was sealed in the depths of the trench? In Valeglia's heyday, Shorty's bloodline was nothing. But now, the pure blood had withered. Even Benny, a two-headed monster who was cursed by the high-energy magic factor, had become a 1 in 1,000 person. Shorty was finally a close relative of the Dragon Queen. He was much better than Benny. So, it was not surprising that Jenny liked him. But I don't want to. Shorty wailed. Lady Jenny is noble, powerful, and beautiful. Why don't you want to? The long-nosed king asked, puzzled. I'm scared when I look at her, Shorty said with a trembling voice. But you still raised your head. You do have my style, the long-nosed king laughed wretchedly. I wasn't scared before, but suddenly I am, Shorty said honestly. The long-nosed king thought for a moment and speculated, maybe, when she used the soul detection magic, your will was suppressed. You are not the only one who has this kind of situation. Once you get used to it. In the end, the long-nosed king's tone was not so sure. How could he get used to it? The more time he spent with Jenny, the more respect he would have for her. She is too big for me. The long-nosed king sighed, and advised again, we will win this time. After killing Danny and Rise, it is impossible to restore the glory of Valeglia, but Jenny will at least become the king of the Slave Bay. Didn't you say that life is full of ups and downs? If you marry her, you will have a better future than being the king of Ko Chang Island. The people in the Long-Tooth Palace will not dare to gossip about you anymore. They will only be jealous of you, but there is nothing they can do. After the long-nosed king said that, Shorty immediately thought of his mission, and asked curiously, Uncle, you have always said that we will win, but why? Our camp is bombarded every day, and it seems that we have no power to fight back. Come with me. Once you see the real trump card of the alliance, you will be as confident as I am. The long-nosed king smiled mysteriously, and pulled his son deep into the cliff cave. A day later, 15 kilometers southeast of Mirin City, in a huge underground cave 500 meters below the surface. The one-eyed shorty was riding on a horse, running on a 5-meter wide and 5-meter high, winding path. In front of him, there was a flickering dark red light, accompanied by the hot air mixed with the smell of sulfur. "How is it?" The long-nosed king laughed. Shorty muttered, "If there are no accidents, we will win. The heritage of Valeglia's descendants is terrifying." The Dragon Queen was right, the elephant soldiers were all underground, and the Alliance used the dragon worms to build an extremely complicated underground palace, so huge that it was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But she would not have thought that the underground palace would be so deep, with so many dragon worms, and so huge. Chapter 700. What? Prince Leo and High Priestess Jenny are engaged. What's going on? The Great Pyramid of Myrene, the Queen's study. The blood-red sun shone through the large glass window and landed on the Dragon Queen's mouth. She was so shocked that her gums were exposed. White Mask, Morona, who was reporting the mission at the table, was puzzled by the Queen's reaction. She hesitated and said, "Since both of them said so, it should be true." "Oh my God, that dwarf and Jenny." Danny held her forehead and groaned. Prince Leo of Ko Chang Island may be short, but his status is noble. He even awakened the high-grade Valeglia bloodline. Isn't it reasonable for Jenny to marry him? Morona was puzzled. Ah. Danny was stunned for a moment before she asked, "Zero told you that?" The dwarf awakened the high-grade Valeglia bloodline. Morona nodded and said, "Prince Leo said that after he kills you, he will marry High Priestess Jenny at the Great Pyramid of Myrene." Zero also found it unbelievable at first, but after some investigation, he realized that Leo's bloodline is not very pure, but its level is very high. High Priestess Jenny decided to marry Prince Leo in order to continue the bloodline of the Belarus family. I see. Danny was enlightened. At the same time, she also figured out why the dwarf had lost contact with them. Well, it had been a week since the last exchange of captives. The atmosphere of war outside the city was getting more and more intense. There was a sense of urgency as if a storm was coming. The final battle was coming. However, once the dwarf entered the enemy's camp, Danny did not see him praying to the 7 gods. It turned out that the dwarf had become Zero's son-in-law and was always with Jenny. He did not have the chance, nor did he dare to pray to the 7 gods. Once he condensed the mark of the Holy Night, she would immediately discover it. Danny slammed the table and said in frustration, "I miscalculated." She did not mind the dwarf losing his virginity, but if Jenny gained something from it, then, under normal circumstances, as long as the dwarf did not practice fire magic, no one would be able to determine the type, purity, and grade of their bloodline. In any case, Danny had only sensed that the dwarf had an extraordinary talent for practicing fire witchcraft. After taking his blood and observing it with the witchcraft lens, she was sure that as she comprehended her own song of fire, his bloodline had definitely advanced. Wasn't Aunt May also wondering why the dwarf wasn't burned to death? If Aunt May had the chance to draw blood and cast a detection spell, she would definitely be able to detect the abnormality of the dwarf. But just by looking with her eyes and smelling with her nose. Fine, Jenny discovered the secret of the dwarf's bloodline with her instinctive desire. "Your Majesty, is that Leo special?" Morona asked doubtfully. When Danny asked her to look for Zero and Chui Gu to ask for information, she only asked about what had happened in the Alliance's camp. She didn't mention Leo by name. "If I had known that his bloodline was so powerful, I wouldn't have let him go." Danny brushed her off and gestured for Morona to leave. Not to mention Morona, even old Yamant didn't know that the dwarf had gone to the enemy camp to be a Mission Impossible spy. Because Tyrion was recuperating in the Queen's intensive care unit, everyone could see him every 2 days and even had a simple conversation with him. The news of the engagement must have spread in the camp because of the dwarf. "He's telling me about the current situation, but what's the use of that?" Danny frowned as she pondered. Knowing that he was going to be Jenny's husband, what else could she do other than gloat? No, that fellow said that he would chop off my head and marry Jenny at the top of the Great Pyramid of Myrine. The dwarf is warning me that Jenny's trump card can really turn the situation around. In Valeglia's 6,000 years of history, they have always relied on the megalosaurus to fight wars. If one megalosaurus isn't enough, then 100. If 100 isn't enough, then 300. They have never used a forbidden spell. So, the trump card must have something to do with dragons. And the dwarf has also disappeared in the surface camp, which means that my previous guess was right. Jenny is probably controlling the dragon worms to dig an underground palace outside the city. If I were to think about it, I would even dig a tunnel into the city of Myrine and collapse the Great Pyramid. Then, Myrine would definitely fall. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She began to give orders to investigate the depth of all the wells within the city of Myrine and within 5 kilometers of the city. When night fell, hundreds and thousands of people left Myrine. They were in groups of 5. According to the area designated by the queen, they began to dig wells in an orderly manner. They didn't need to be deep. They only needed to measure the depth to see the underground water. Another day, Danny was drawing the Myrine sewer map in the study when the fire spirit, Little Mist, flew in to inform her that Sir Clinton had returned. Well, the dwarf's injuries had not healed and he was recuperating in the intensive care unit. But Meiji had been sent back to the Westeros by Old Helplessness long before he went undercover in the Allied camp. Old Helplessness left with a striped dragon and Mother Bear. When he returned, he was not alone. Barristan of the Queen's Corner chose to return to participate in the final battle. Meiji fulfilled her promise to the Dragon Queen before she left and sent her 3 daughters over. "Welcome back, Sire," said Danny, giving old Bart a big grin. Although they had seen each other many times through spiritual projections, the two had actually been separated for more than a year. Now that they met again, it was indeed a lot of emotions. "Your Majesty, you should have brought me back earlier," the old knight complained. "Actually, your work in the Queen's Corner is more meaningful. Nearly 80,000 savages are alive because of you. Gerald Dane and I transported them over, but you are the one who is managing them. Sigh, I am the White Knight. I should accompany you to the final battle." When Danny shifted her gaze to the 3 women beside the Great Bear, they immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee. From the oldest to the youngest, they reported, "Your Majesty Danny Rise, I am Layla Mormont. My blade is willing to serve you." This was a fat girl, about 18 or 19 years old, about 1.6 meters tall, with a round head, a round red face, a round body like a wine barrel, and round and strong arms and legs like wooden stakes. She looked very much like her second sister, the female bear Yelishin. "Your Majesty Danny Rise, I am Xiao Ruier Mormont. Your will is my mission." The 4th sister of the bear family had some genetic mutations. She was 17 or 18 years old, a little over 1.8 meters tall, with a slim figure, a tall nose, deep eyes, a slightly square face, and brown curly hair. "Your Majesty Danny Rise, I am Lyanna Mormont. I am willing to be your loyal knight." The 5th sister, Lyanna, was not a bear like her mother and second sister. She was about 1.5 meters tall, 11 or 12 years old, with a rosy face with baby fat and a mature and serious expression. She was a very cute girl. Clang! Danny drew the black blade magic sword from her waist and patted each of the 3 girls on the shoulder to accept their allegiance. She conferred the title of the 3rd sister, Lila, as a knight, and the other 2 as honorary knights. There is also a Lila in Myrine. Her ancestor is also from the Northern Territory, Lila Amber. There will be a banquet tonight. I will introduce you to her. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Mormons, Danny asked Big Bear to take his cousins away to settle them down. "You know the situation on my side. No matter how many educated knights there are, it will never be enough. If there is a second son in the family who has no place to settle down, you can send him over. Danny smiled at old Bart and old Embarrassment. I have no children. My cousins don't like me, and I don't like them either. Old Embarrassment shook his head. Old Bart also shook his head and declined. I only have one grandnephew, Aston. He is the Earl of the Harvest Hall. This time, Big Bear had a great advantage. Fortunately, his aunt was able to give birth to 5 daughters. The eldest daughter died tragically, and the second son was the heir. The second son also had a son and a daughter. The remaining 3 daughters had no place to settle down and were sent to Slavers Bay to be barons. Danny looked at old Embarrassment again and asked worriedly, How is Aegon? Why were you gone for so long? Old Embarrassment's face was full of worry. He said helplessly, When I reached Winterfell, Stannis had already left White Harbor by ship. He had 2,000 Northern cavalry and 2,500 mercenaries with him. I heard that another 5,000 mercenaries had set off from Bravos. There were nearly 10,000 of them, and they were heading towards Storm's End. But I searched the sea for more than a week and didn't find any trace of them. I had no choice but to leave the Terrasor with Sansa and return first. Aegon's leg injury hasn't healed and he wants to take a long voyage. What if something happens? Stannis is too much. Danny's aunt was anxious and angry. Her face was red. Your Majesty, don't worry. We didn't reject Stannis's conditions. With his character and integrity, he will definitely ensure the safety of the hostages. Barristan hurriedly consoled her. Old Embarrassment also forced himself to be spirited. He consoled the pitiful Aunt Dany and said, Aegon isn't alone. The northern nobles will ensure his safety, and Illyrio will take care of his life. Oh, with Illyrio, I don't have to worry. Dany's aunt heaved a sigh of relief. Her complexion looked much better. As if thinking of something, old Embarrassment said, Duke Stark has found the traitor that caused the destruction of the True Dragon Alliance. Who? Dany asked curiously. Aegon's capture was his own bad luck, but the True Dragon Alliance was still barely holding on. But Erlu suddenly demanded for command, and the King's Landing took advantage of the situation. They didn't give Sansa and the others a chance to adjust. White Harbor scholar the Omer. Then, old Embarrassment told her about how the Omer had sent messages back and forth between Erlu and the Iron Throne, and how Aegon's True Dragon Alliance had collapsed. With this, who would dare to treat the scholar as a trusted aide in the future? Barristan frowned. Dany asked curiously, what about Varys? What's he been busy with recently? He's the 8-clawed spider. How did Cersei crush him in terms of intelligence? Varys? Old Embarrassment was stunned. He shook his head and said, I haven't heard anything about him. I feel like that guy doesn't live up to his reputation. Dany muttered. She had misunderstood the bald eunuch. He had been working hard and had been playing a role. For example, during the Battle of the Blackwater River, Varys had warned the Golden Group and the Dornishmen that the King's Landing was about to make a big move. He suggested that they retreat to the Stormlands first and wait for the matter of King Aegon to be settled. However, he didn't know Yuluan's complete plan, and his reputation wasn't very good. Plus, his words were vague. The Golden Group and the Dornishmen were on high alert, but they didn't retreat. Another example was when the True Dragon Alliance had just been formed. He had secretly snuck into the Great Cathedral a few times to represent King Aegon and met with the Great Sparrow. There are only 3 kings left in the 7 kingdoms. You don't support Cersei, and you can't support the blasphemous Stannis. Why don't you mobilize the people and lead the Astral Knights to support the True Dragon Aegon? The Great Sparrow firmly refused. After the True Dragon Alliance collapsed, he reported to the Great Sparrow countless times. Be careful, you must be careful. Cersei's patience with you has reached its limit. The Great Sparrow said, I won't listen. I'm not afraid. Then the Great Sparrow met the Holy Mother again. Chapter 701. Many years ago, the Toad Witch had spoken a prophecy to Circe the maiden. You will one day be the mother of the world. Until another woman comes, younger and more beautiful than you. She will overthrow you and take away all that you hold dear. The true dragon alliance was formed. Aegon and Sansa were married. Aegon declared himself the rightful heir to the Iron Throne and called himself Aegon VI. After his wife was crowned, Aegon led 2 armies to attack the King's Landing from the north and south. When Circe received the news, she finally felt fear. Then she realized the truth. The woman in the prophecy was not Marjorie, whom she had always feared, nor was she the Dragon Queen, whom she had always longed for but never had the chance to meet. It was her former follower, Sansa Stark. So it was her. That little bitch. I should have. In the Red Keep's Plum Tower, Circe's eyes were burning with hatred. She spun around in the room like a top and muttered like a madwoman. Yuluen did not understand what was going on with his wife, but he could sense her fear and helplessness. He said gently, "My dear, I swear. I will defend your crown with my life. Aegon can only enter the King's Landing over my dead body." After that, he received Queen Circe's permission to secretly contact the Alliance. In exchange for a dragon egg and a dragon's horn, he rented a squad of winged dragons from the Alliance. Take note, Yuluen is renting the pterosaur squad, not joining the Alliance army. She is also not roping in the Alliance army to attack her nephew with the Dragon Queen as their common goal. When the squad of winged dragons arrived, he made a clear statement in the Imperial Council. We are only targeting Aegon Targaryen, who started the civil war and destroyed the peace. Renting the squad of winged dragons is just a commercial activity. In fact, that was what he said in the letter he sent to the Alliance. But everyone knew that this was just a small trick to avoid Dragon Queen's revenge. The allies had received the dragon egg and the horn, and they had also gotten King Aegon, so they didn't mind Yuluen taking advantage of them. Circe was not satisfied. She thought this was too cowardly. "I'm not afraid of Dany Alice," she announced to all the ministers at the Imperial Conference. However, the ministers of government and even the Lannister who controlled the Lion Army did not want to fight to the death with the Dragon Queen before the situation at Slave Bay was clear. They let out a long sigh of relief and gladly accepted the winged dragon mercenaries. They then sent a letter to Dragonstone Island and explained the situation to the Dragon Queen. But the winged dragons of the Alliance were not to be trifled with. On the surface, they promised Yuluen that they would be honest mercenaries, but in secret, they repeatedly flew to Dragonstone Island to throw wildfire bombs. While destroying the core of the magic net, they also wanted to force the Iron Throne into action. Yuluen, the hero of Liangshan, held the letter from Dragonstone Island. His expression. After discovering the special identity of Scholar Aegon White Harbor, Yuluen's first mission was to encourage Jon Stark to send a request for help to Sansa and try to pull Aegon's forces to Winterfell. At that time, Aegon's armies from the north and south had left for King's Landing. Even a fool would know that if he focused part of his efforts on the north, the Iron Throne would have an easier time. By letting Aegon and Erlu meet, they would be able to incite internal strife. While eliminating Erlu, who was close to the Iron Treasury, it would further weaken Aegon's forces. Although Erlu had Aunt May's protection and the Iron Treasury's unlimited gold buff from afar, Yuluen and the others thought that he was a grasshopper in autumn who would not last long. After all, Erlu had almost died at the hands of Little Skinner. Aegon should be stronger than Little Skinner, right? Before Scholar Aegon could speak, Jon had already arranged for Meiji and Gabbert to go to River Rapture City to look for Sansa. Yuluen, to let Erlu last longer, Yuluen gave Scholar Aegon a new mission, to inform Erlu about the current situation of the True Dragon Alliance. Only by knowing the enemy and knowing oneself can one win 100 battles. Alright, Yuluen did not expect Erlu to win back then. He only hoped that Erlu, that stumbling block, would be harder and bigger, so that Aegon would fall hard. It would be best if Aegon could fight on two fronts for a long time, against Erlu in the north, and against the Iron Throne in King's Landing. As the commander, Aegon had to fly between the north and the south frequently. Apart from exhausting him, it also gave the hired team an opportunity to ambush him. Yuluen also knew that Aegon traveled at night and was on guard against the possible appearance of the winged dragon knights. No one would have thought that Erlu would be able to capture King Aegon. When he received the letter from Scholar Aegon, Yuluen's jaw almost dropped. But Cersei, wahahaha. I've been praying to the Holy Mother every day, and finally, the Holy Mother has begun to care for me. Everything has been going too well recently. Whatever I want comes to me. Sansa, that stupid bitch, ran to the north on her own with the false dragon. Stannis also didn't need our help. He took care of Aegon himself. If this is not the Holy Mother's blessing, then what is? At the Imperial Conference, Queen Cersei was in high spirits, her face glowing. She placed her left hand on her waist and waved the letter of Aegon's capture with her right hand, as if she was waving a banner of victory. Then, before Erlu could send someone to take over the command of the True Dragon Alliance, the King's Landing sent the news of Aegon's defeat and death to the Valley and the Golden Knights. Of course, the Valley's vassals, the Golden Knights, the Dornish princess, and the nobles of the Stormlands did not believe the Iron Throne's nonsense, but they would definitely send a letter to the Valley to ask. After that, the morale of the True Dragon Alliance was in chaos. The Valley's vassals hesitated, and the Stormlands nobles retreated. Only the Golden Knights and the Dornishmen were left at the forefront. Outside the King's Landing, on the southern shore of the Blackwater, the Iron Throne's target was only the Golden Knights and Dornish. Without Aegon, the Golden Knights and Dornish still treated the Iron Throne as their enemy. Without Aegon, the Stormlands nobles returned home. The Valley's vassals lost their interests, and their morale began to fall. Wahahaha. The Holy Mother's blessing, the False Dragon Alliance has been destroyed. Prince Hun has been exiled by Stannis. Stannis has betrayed the Seven Gods, and will forever be abandoned by the people of the Seven Kingdoms. The War of the Three Kings has ended. I am the true ruler of the Westeros, the queen who is blessed by the Seven Gods. Cersei stood in front of a pillar in front of the great cathedral of Baelor. She was wearing a crown and a dress with intricate patterns. She held her head high like a hen that had just laid an egg, clucking proudly in front of a sparrow that could not lay an egg. Now, I want you to ring the bell and announce to the people of the Seven Kingdoms that I am the Queen of the Undulls, the Loiner, and the First Folk. No. The sparrow shook her head firmly. Cersei's proud face gradually turned ferocious. I have tolerated you until today because of the Holy Mother. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Cersei's murderous intent was like venom seeping out of a mamba's teeth. Actually, this was the truth. If not for the Holy Mother's miracle of resurrecting the dead, Cersei would have slaughtered the great cathedral and taken the sparrow's head again. The Archbishop frowned and sighed. In what name do you call yourself a king? Robert Baratheon ended the Targaryens and established the Baratheon dynasty. It is still the Baratheon dynasty. You are only Robert's wife, and you have already remarried. How can I let the matriarch of the Greyjoy family become the rightful heir of the Baratheon dynasty? Are you going to welcome Stannis back to King's Landing? When he returns, I don't think you will need to crown him. He has a red-robed priestess, and even. Cersei pointed at the tall temples around her and mocked, this magnificent great cathedral of Byra will also be dyed red and become the Lalo Temple. Are you going to help the pagans blaspheme the Seven Gods? The bitterness on the sparrow's face deepened. This was truly a rotten era. Aegon's identity was unknown, and there were suspicions that his bloodline was mixed up. Rotten. Most importantly, he was determined to take away the church's tax and military rights. Rotten. Cersei had made all the mistakes a woman could make. She even married someone else and lost her sense of righteousness. Rotten to the core. Erlu converted to the evil gods, burned the statues of the 7 gods, and forced the believers of the 7 gods to convert to the Light King. There was nothing worse than him. The sparrow was too difficult. You may have murdered most of Robert's illegitimate children, but not all of them, he said. What do you mean? Cersei was surprised. Robert Byra is the illegitimate child of Theon and Delena Florin. Idric Windstorm. His bloodline is clear, and his mother is of noble status. He is of suitable age and is qualified to be Tommen I's successor. Idric. Cersei's face was twisted like a demon's. The name was almost squeezed out from between her teeth. He is a bastard. She growled. He is 100% of Theon Byra's bloodline. The people of the 7 kingdoms know that, the sparrow said calmly. He is missing. He died a long time ago. He has always been protected by loyal knights. He is very safe. After King Tommen passed away, Idric Windstorm sent me a letter and asked me to restore his identity as Theon Byra. I agreed. If Idric Windstorm could become Idric Byra Theon, his inheritance rights would surpass Erlu's. Only Myrcella's inheritance rights would surpass Idric's because she was the first wife's daughter. Bastard, bastard, I want. Cersei clenched her fists so hard that her nails almost pierced through her palms. Where is he? In a place where you can't hurt him. The sparrow's gaze was cold. Ha! Cersei seemed to have suddenly realized something. She laughed hysterically. Just you wait. Let's see if I can cut off his little head. Prince Idric is not King Robert's only surviving illegitimate child. Queen Dowager, accept the fate of the 7 gods and return to the Iron Islands. Send a letter to Dragonstone Island. Ask the Dragon Queen to send Myrcella back. Devon Lannister went to Meagle Tower with his crutch to advise Cersei. Myrcella, my daughter. Cersei's eyes were immediately filled with tears. Yuluan's eyes flashed. Will Dany Lissa agree? Theoretically, she will not refuse, Sir Devon said seriously. According to the tradition of the 7 kingdoms, when a hostage needs to return home to inherit his father's title, no upright guardian can stop him. Instead, they will protect him to complete the inheritance. Yes, yes, yes. Cersei's face was filled with joy. She said eagerly, this is tradition, this is the rule. She has no reason to refuse. My Myrcella, my good daughter. She is still so young and she has to live under the vile mother of dragons. Hoo hoo hoo, she cried and shouted, send a letter to Dragonstone Island immediately. I want Myrcella. She is my only child. I want to protect her. Chapter 702. In Westeros, captives had aristocratic privileges. Aristocratic children who were hostages had even greater privileges. In other words, as hostages, they would have the same privileges as their status. For example, Theon Greyjoy. Nominally, he was Eid's adopted son, but in essence, he was no different from Messai. They were both hostages. Eid was Theon's guardian, while Dany was Messai's guardian. Theon was living a carefree life in Winterfell. He was treated the same as Robb and Bran. Jon was deeply jealous of him. Theon was also jealous of the father-son relationship between Jon and Eid. He longed for Eid's fatherly love, but he was afraid of Eid's ice sword. If Balon rebelled, Eid would behead Theon. Messai and Dany did not have any cliché mother-daughter relationship. Dany treated Messai like a princess according to the traditions of the 7 kingdoms, and Messai played the role of a well-behaved princess. After receiving the Iron Throne's letter, Dragonstone Island immediately replied, there is a high probability that the Dragon Queen will not reject this request. However, communication is not smooth now. Perhaps we can only send Princess Messai back after the Battle of Meereen. Marvin was not lying. Only Dany could contact them through her mental projection. They could not send a message to Slaver's Bay. Dragonstone Island is lying. Yulun said confidently, we just hired a team of winged dragons. The next day, Slaver's Bay sent another team of winged dragons to Dragonstone Island. Even an idiot would know that they must have a method of communication. Perhaps it's witchcraft. That was the truth. Cersei was not stupid. She immediately understood the truth. The collusion between Saint Danny and Saint Sparrow was no longer a secret. Now that the fake crown Prince Aegon had fallen in Winterfell, Saint Danny was using Robert's illegitimate son to interfere in the internal affairs of the Seven Kingdoms. Saint Sparrow was only carrying out Saint Danny's secret order. In the end, this was the #1 throne in the world, the Iron Throne. Saint Danny might have sworn not to start a civil war, but she must have been thinking about how to drag Queen Cersei down from her throne. It's Danny Alice. She's the one who instigated Big Sparrow to look for Lao Bo's bastard spawn. Eternal Emperor was shocked and angry. It's very possible, Yulun looked shocked and impressed. My dear, you are so smart. You saw through Danny Rise's conspiracy at a glance. It's a pity that the ministers were deceived by her. I want to kill her. My queen, I will firmly support any decision you make, but she is still too far away from us. Yulun sighed faintly. Cersei immediately said, the Great Sparrow is within reach. It's just that. As soon as she said those words, a trace of hesitation appeared on her fierce face. Sigh, the sparrow still can't move. Cersei sighed helplessly. Yulun gently held his wife's delicate cheeks and looked into her eyes as if he was instilling spiritual power into her. You are the queen, the law, and the destiny of the Seven Kingdoms. You can do anything. But he has the Holy Mother behind him. Queen Cersei hesitated. My dear, your only enemy is Big Sparrow. Your personal grudge has nothing to do with the church. Think about it, Big Sparrow and Danny Rise colluded to usurp your throne. Do you think the Holy Mother will allow it? No, the Holy Mother will not. Cersei clenched her fists and said excitedly, I've been studying the Seven Stars Bible recently. It clearly states that the faith belongs to the seven gods, and the secular royalty belongs to the king. The seven gods do not support the church's involvement in the politics of the Seven Kingdoms. Big Sparrow and Danny Rise have disobeyed the teachings of the seven gods. They are sinners. I will punish the scum of the church on behalf of the Holy Mother. Cersei shouted as she waved her fist. After that, she was about to summon the soldiers to the cathedral. Yulun stopped her and said, Big Sparrow is too good at inciting people. I'm afraid we can't put him on trial through normal means. I'm not going to put him on trial. I'm going to lead the soldiers to encircle Big Sparrow, Cersei said matter-of-factly. Huh? Massacre the cathedral? Yulun was stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched. The entire King's Landing will riot, and the soldiers won't dare. I'm not stupid. Why would I do something so outrageous? Cersei rolled her eyes at her husband and said, when Big Sparrow appears in the square, I'll have Robert Strong lead the soldiers to attack and kill Big Sparrow. He'll be the only one killed. Then I'll announce that he has betrayed the seven gods and tried to control the change of throne. That should be enough to appease the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, right? Ha, the nobles hate Big Sparrow as much as I do. As long as the nobles are appeased, I won't be afraid even if the commoners riot, Cersei said proudly. Big Sparrow has the beggar army protecting him. You might not succeed. Yulun's eyes flashed. He leaned over to Cersei's ear and whispered, why don't we kill him with a borrowed knife first, then burn the bridge after crossing the river? And so, the best husband of the Seven Kingdoms offered a brilliant plan to the Eternal Empress. Good. My dear, you are my Friar Both. After listening to Yulun's plan, Cersei was so excited that her cheeks flushed. She didn't care about his ugly face that was full of scars anymore and kissed him. Yuluan responded passionately. The next morning, Yuluan led 10,000 Taimen out of King's Landing and went to Twilight Valley to pursue the retreating Valley army. Circe had been praying to the Holy Mother in the Queen Dowager's small chapel since morning. On the morning of the third day, Big Sparrow habitually stood on the podium and explained the 7 Stars Bible to the believers in the square below. Whoosh! 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 Following a shrill sound that cut through the air, Big Sparrow suddenly realized that the sky above his head was covered by a shadow. When he looked up in confusion, he saw 3 huge water tanks descending from the sky. Even higher up, there were 3 winged dragons soaring in the sky. 7 gods above Boom. 3 huge green flowers bloomed around the podium. Like a giant mouth from hell, they swallowed Holy Sparrow and the dozens of believers and sparrows around him. Ah! 7 gods. Thousands of believers and monks could not believe what was happening. They collapsed on the ground and held their heads as they let out the loudest meaningless howls. Kill the blasphemers and avenge the chief bishop. The one-armed hero Lancel roared ferociously. Blasphemy, 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 blasphemy. Gradually, starting from the beggar army, all the believers in the square, regardless of whether they were commoners or nobles, raised their right fists and roared in grief and anger. The blasphemer is Circe. The one-armed hero placed righteousness before family. In front of the 7 gods and his family, he did not hesitate to choose the 7 gods. In fact, it was too shocking to murder the chief bishop in front of countless believers during Mass. It had crossed the bottom line of any devout believer. Kill the blasphemer Circe. Tens of thousands of angry believers and the people of King's Landing who knew about this rushed to the Red Keep. However, Circe was prepared. Before the rioting believers of the 7 gods could reach the gate of the Red Keep, dozens of fast horses rushed out of the Red Keep and shouted along the street, "The winged dragon mercenaries have betrayed their oath and fled after robbing the Red Keep's treasury." Well, the winged dragon mercenaries were a mercenary group made up of 5 winged dragons. Yuluan defined them as the mercenaries on the other side of the narrow sea, but this mercenary group was more luxurious. They did not ride horses but winged dragons. The mercenaries are disloyal and betrayed their employer. The mercenaries came from the Narrow Sea Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance. They found out that the Dragon Queen of Slave Bay was close to the Big Sparrow. They betrayed their oath and attacked Queen Circe to murder the Great Holy Sparrow. The Big Sparrow is the spokesperson of the Dragon Queen in the Westeros. The Alliance is here for revenge. The winged dragon mercenaries of the Alliance disguised themselves as mercenaries and disobeyed Queen Circe's orders many times. They first burned Dragonstone Island and killed the chief bishop. In the eyes of the Alliance, Dragonstone Island and the Big Sparrow are part of the Dragon Queen's power in the Westeros. The chief bishop was implicated by the Dragon Queen. The believers who were preparing to attack the Red Keep were stunned. They did not believe it at first. How could there be such a coincidence? The winged dragon mercenaries had just murdered the chief bishop, and then the Whore Queen Mother announced that the winged dragon mercenaries had betrayed her. Did they think they were fools? However, it was not the first time that the winged dragon mercenaries had disobeyed orders. For example, they had bombed Dragonstone Island. Some time ago, after Marvin's letter was sent to the King's Landing, the Iron Throne had publicly announced that the mercenaries' actions did not represent the Iron Throne. Queen Circe expressed her deep concern and apologies for the tragedy on Dragonstone Island. "I swear, give me time, and I will give everyone an explanation." In the Red Keep, Circe answered the questions of the nobles and ministers. On the third day, she really did give everyone an explanation. 1 winged dragon corpse, 2 winged dragons with arrow wounds all over their bodies, and 3 winged dragon knights' heads. The King's Landing was silent. The monks who had lost their leader did not know what to do. The nobles secretly gave her a thumbs up. The Whore Queen Mother finally grew a brain this time. Everyone knows that this is your scheme, but to dare to attack the Alliance of Darkness and even implicate the Dragon Queen, we have to admire your methods and magnanimity. After all, everyone loved the Holy Mother, but they also hated the big sparrow who had been encroaching on the noble's power. After that, Yuluan led the army back and advised his wife, the nobles have stabilized, but you still have to appease the people and the church. The church still has 3,000 children of war and tens of thousands of poor people. If there is a riot, I will kill them all. Cersei said fiercely. You can't kill them all. There are at least 200,000 poor people in the King's Landing now. Why don't you take a step back and give them an explanation, and also give the Holy Mother an explanation? Yuluan said faintly. What should I do? Yuluan's eyes flashed with a strange light, and his voice was as gentle as milk with honey. Announce to the public that you are uneasy about the big sparrow's death. You are willing to stay in the Queen Mother's tower and pray to the Holy Mother for 3 years to atone for your negligence. Pray and abstain from food for 3 years. Cersei's eyes widened. She looked at her husband as if he was an idiot. Hey, if you close the gates of the Red Keep, who knows, who can stop you from eating? It's just a gimmick. You will eat what you eat when you fast. Stay in the Queen Mother's tower. Don't you always stay in the Queen Mother's tower? Cersei shook her head vigorously and said, I still have to go to the front hall for a court meeting, I have to hold a ball at Maegor Tower, I have to ride a horse and hunt, and I have to listen to Dr. Wargrave's plays. Yuluan pulled Cersei to the balcony and pointed at the crowd below Aegon Hill. Look, half the city is filled with rioters. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. They all want your life. Chapter 703. King's Landing was made up of 3 hills, and the Red Keep was built on Aegon Hill near the sea. Standing on the balcony of the Red Keep's Maegor Tower, with the height of the hills, one could almost see half of King's Landing. At this moment, Cersei looked as far as she could, and she felt that the city that she was once so familiar with had suddenly become unfamiliar. There seemed to be a sandbox of a city in front of her, and a large bag of soybeans was poured onto it. Each bean represented a mob, and there were so many of them that one could not see the end of them. Execute the blasphemer Cersei. Blood for blood, only the whore Cersei's life can be worth the archbishop's. The mob's roars were like a tsunami, and the tall and majestic Red Keep seemed to be a small boat floating on the sea. Every wave of tsunami could capsize it. For the first time, Cersei felt fear from the commoners. You said that pushing the blame to the Wyvern Knights would calm the crowd. She shrank back, her face contorted as she roared at Yuluan. A fierce look flashed across Yuluan's eyes, and he said helplessly, I said that as long as you give the nobles the right reason, they will definitely calm down, and then your rule will be as stable as a mountain. Because the foundation of the king's rule has never been the commoners, but the nobles. Then, his tone changed, and he said sternly, the nobles have indeed been appeased, and the council minister has not bothered you recently, has he? But you still need the church, and you need a new archbishop to crown you. You also need the commoners, and you need them to calm down. Tens of thousands of people surround the Red Keep every day, and you dare to go out hunting. Your ears are filled with treacherous words, and you still have the mood to listen to Dr. Wargrave's opera? When you hold a masquerade ball, the nobles will talk about what the mob outside the Red Keep did today, and you will still be happy. But 3 years of confinement will kill me. Cersei looked at her husband pitifully. Stay in the tower for a month or 2, and when the anger of the church and the commoners over the death of the great sparrow fades, you will be able to go wherever you want. But Cersei was tempted. Yuluan continued, Big Sparrow is dead, Aegon has been exiled, and Stannis has never been a threat. Your enemies are all gone, so you don't need this bit of time. Cersei shook her head. Even if I'm only absent for a month or 2, the country will still fall into chaos because of the loss of a wise leader. Yuluan's scarred face twitched a few times before he nodded and sighed. That's true. You're the pillar of support for Westeros. You can't miss a single day. How about this? I'll be your attendant, just like the chief eunuch of the Eastern Kingdom. I'll help the queen pass on her orders to her subjects. Chief eunuch? Cersei was surprised. Yuluan then told him about how the Emperor of Ed used eunuchs to manage the palace and how he lived a carefree life. This system is good. Cersei said. But, if I make you a eunuch, will it? Her eyes wandered to the lower part of her husband's body, her expression uncertain. Yuluan's scarred face darkened as he said in a muffled voice, it's just a metaphor. Aren't we closer than a eunuch to a king? Cersei heard this and looked at him warily, thinking to herself, even Jaime is unreliable, let alone you. The plan is good, but you're my husband after all. You can't be my errand boy. Let's. Cersei clapped her hands regretfully and shook her head. If Cabourn was still alive, he would be the most suitable person to be my lackey. Now, I can only let my cousin Devon try. Robb's head was placed on the neck of the magic mountain by Cabourn. How could Arya let him go? That works too. Yuluan's expression did not change. Devon is a good lad. Everyone says that he's very similar to the former Prince Regent Kevin. With him in charge, I'll lead the troops to conquer the valley. You can listen to operas and hold balls in the Empress Dowager's tower in peace. Uncle Kevin. Cersei's eyes darkened. Perhaps we should call Tanya over. Yuluan's idea was not bad. When the stubborn and despicable Queen Cersei issued a decree of guilt and announced that it was her fault for trusting the Terrasor mercenary group that caused the Holy Sparrow's tragic death and that she would be confining herself for 3 years to atone for her sins, the people of the King's Landing were shocked. When Yuluan invited the 4 old nuns to personally lock Queen Cersei in the Empress Dowager's tower, even the parading sparrows gradually dispersed. The whore Empress Dowager had voluntarily abstained from food and prayed for 3 years. What else could they ask for? Even the radical children of war only clamored for blood and called for the 7 gods to conquer the Western God Alliance. In other words, they started a religious war. The Church's armed forces formed a volunteer army and crossed the sea to support the Dragon Queen in fighting against the heretics of the Allied army. The situation in the King's Landing is not right now. Lannister's power is waning while Tywin's power is rising rapidly. Scholar Pylus said solemnly. Dragonstone Island. Dany sat on a wide fishbone chair in the control center of the Mana Tower. Opposite her were Marwyn, Pylus, Larissa, and Jairo Dane. Bronn was patrolling Dragonstone Island. The giant crab was stuck in the north and had not returned. I'm afraid that Cersei's false confinement will become a real imprisonment. Dany sighed. Very likely. Marvin nodded. In the previous battle at the Blackwater River, the Golden Army of 10,000 suffered 40% casualties and was almost crippled. Dorne was even worse. Of the 4,000 desert cavalrymen, only 1,200 remained. But similarly, the Iron Throne did not fare well either. Out of 10,000 Lannister, only 5,000 were left. Their commander, Sir Devon, broke his left leg. River Bend lost less than 1,000 men. Yuluan's time in only lost 300 men. Dany was stunned. Isn't it too obvious? Is Cersei an idiot? I heard that Cersei participated in the formulation of the battle plan, Scholar Pylus said. What was she thinking? Dany was completely speechless. The reason was simple. Yuluan told Queen Cersei that this battle was to defend her Iron Throne. She could not let the River Bend army, led by Randall Tarley, become the main force. Cersei agreed with this statement and formulated the battle plan based on this principle. Actually, there was no problem with the battle plan. Yuluan was right. The River Bend army could not die for Lannister. The Lion army had to be the main force. Otherwise, if the Iron Throne collapsed, Tiamin's sneak attack from behind would become a joke. The key was the timing of Tiamin's attack. According to the original plan, the Lion Army would hold off the Golden Army and enter the most intense and anxious state of the battle. Then, Yuluan would lead Taimin to attack the enemy's rear along Rose Avenue. Yuluan would let the Lion Army hold off until they could not hold on any longer. Only then would his army charge out and sweep the battlefield. Therefore, as long as a teammate had bad intentions, even the most perfect battle plan would have a major flaw. Just like the War of the Four Kings back then, Luo Bai's tactics were bold and unconstrained, and his personal achievements were godly. However, Bolton was disloyal and kept sending people from the Northern Territory to deliver their heads to Luo Bai, ruining the good situation. "What's the situation with the Alliance's pterosaur squad?" Danny asked. Marwyn said, "A dragon knight and a pterosaur died in the Battle of Blackwater River. Larissa killed a pterosaur knight. The remaining 3 dragon knights plotted against the Archbishop and landed in Yuluan's camp that afternoon. In the end, they were ambushed and completely wiped out. The Golden Army killed a pterosaur." Larissa shook her head and said with a strange expression, "At the beginning, Cersei prepared a large amount of wildfire for the pterosaur knights to throw. However, the Alchemist Guild's wildfire bullets did not have Tyrian oil to increase stability. An accident happened and a dragon knight was burned to death on the spot. After that, they did not dare to throw wildfire bottles. How pitiful. 5 pterosaurs rushed thousands of miles to the Westeros and did nothing. It was as if they were performing the Dragon Knight's cowardly death for the people of the 7 Kingdoms." Danny's mouth twitched. "Yuluan is really bold. You dare to play with the Alliance like this?" Marwyn exclaimed. "Maybe he has good eyes and knows that the Queen will win." Larissa grinned. "This responsibility may fall on Empress Dowager Cersei. After all, she even dared to refuse to pay the Iron Treasury," Pylus said. Danny thought for a moment and said, "Yuluan killed 1,000 men of the new Gith Iron Legion and a fleet of more than 10 ships. The Gith Iron Legion is one of the main forces of the Alliance. Today's 5 pterosaurs are about the same. Maybe he has too many lice and does not itch." In short, Yuluan and Cersei were bold and bold. They were not afraid of the Alliance at all. By the way, Marwyn remembered Messai and told her about the King's Landing's request. "Do you want to send Messai back?" "No, send her back to King's Landing, and Messai will be dead," Larissa quickly said. Black Sister and Messai both lived in the Great Pyramid. They had been with the Dragon Queen for a long time and their personalities were not bad. Naturally, they had built a deep friendship. Danny pondered and said, "If Cersei sends 2 more letters asking for Messai, I will consider sending her to Dragonstone Island. If not, pretend that you did not contact me." Everyone nodded. Scholar Pylus asked again, "Your Majesty, what plans do you have for the great Cathedral of Baelor?" "What, the church also sent a letter?" Danny asked curiously. "Yes, Archbishop Matthew asked if you are willing to serve as the Archbishop of the 7 Kingdoms. The Iron Throne is contacting the Archbishops of the Starry Cathedral in the Old Town. It seems that they want to interfere with the election of the new Archbishop. The Great Sparrow died in the wildfire in front of everyone. Even the Holy Mother couldn't resurrect him. Unfortunately, the great Cathedral of Baelor lacked a strong leader to replace the Great Sparrow. The King's Landing Church has lost its backbone. Naturally, people are anxious. Some of the archbishops thought of you," Pylus said. "I have an idea," Danny said with a smile, "to create another position above the archbishop. The Pope. I will be the first Pope of the Church of the 7 Gods." Slave Bay and Westeros are 2 different large dioceses. There will be an archbishop in each diocese to assist the Pope in managing the church. The Pope. Everyone was shocked and murmured with a look of disbelief. "Your Majesty, if you rule the world, the Church of the 7 Gods will become the mainstream religion of the world. Compared to the king of a country, the Pope, who controls the power of the world's churches, has too much power. I am afraid that it will threaten the royal power. Dr. Malvern advised. I have 2 questions, Danny raised her index finger. First, an archbishop like the Great Sparrow. Do the 7 kingdoms have more advantages than disadvantages, or do the disadvantages outweigh the advantages? That depends on who he is dealing with, Dr. Bullneck muttered. To the nobles and the king, he is guilty of serious violations of the nobles' rights and provokes conflicts between the church and the nobles. But no one can deny that the Great Sparrow is upright and honest. All the benefits of the church are used to help the poor people. The Great Sparrow does not count the living. So, the world needs someone like the Great Sparrow, Danny said. But you are the king. Malvern was in a dilemma. The king was the representative of the nobles. Chapter 704. You are the king, and your son will become the king. In the foreseeable future, Targaryen will become the representative of the royal power. And an overly powerful church will definitely clash with the royal power, Marvin warned. You said it yourself. The Great Sparrow doesn't count the living, Danny said with a faint smile. The Great Sparrow saves the commoners. It draws the blood of the nobles to feed the commoners of the 7 kingdoms, but Targaryen represents the nobles. Marvin stomped his foot. Danny was momentarily dazed. Doctor, do you know the reason why the entire world formed an alliance to besiege Slave Bay? She asked softly. Because you want to abolish slavery in the entire world. Marvin was deep in thought, and the urgency on his face gradually disappeared. Why do I have to go against the entire world? Danny asked again. Why? Jiro Dane, who had been silent all this while, asked. Danny glanced at him and sighed. Because my original wish was to build a world without oppression, without slavery, where hard work can earn wealth and dignity, she suddenly smiled strangely. The City of Knowledge wants to build a real world, and I want to build a normal world. I think you're abnormal. Dark Star complained in his heart. Look, look. Danny pointed at Jiro's twisted expression and smiled. He must be thinking that I'm abnormal. No, no. Jiro blushed and quickly denied it. If you think I'm abnormal, it proves that this world is abnormal, Danny said. Ah. Dark Star's face began to twist again. Looking around at the confused, or enlightened gazes, Danny continued, Jiro represents the nobles, Dr. Marvin represents the scholars, and all of you represent the upper middle class of this world. But all of you think that the commoners are oppressed by the nobles like pigs and dogs, and that it's natural and right. Isn't such a world abnormal? If the nobles don't have privileges, what kind of nobles are they? Jiro could not help but retort. Danny smiled helplessly and said, that's why I kept the nobles system and did not raise the red flag in this world. What kind of flag is the red flag? Dark Star asked in confusion. A flag specifically designed to take your life. Glancing at him indifferently, she continued, it is impossible to build a world that is completely equal and free of oppression, but it is possible to effectively restrain the power of the nobles and provide institutional protection to the common people under the premise that it conforms to the actual situation of this world. Establishing the world empire was just to satisfy her selfish desires. Her original intention was to make the world better because of her arrival. Even though he didn't have a mission, he didn't forget his original intention. Under the premise of having the ability to change the world, it would be too low for a transmigrator to only indulge in personal desires. Your Majesty, your thoughts may not be very extraordinary, but they are very noble. Scholar Pylus' somewhat rigid face was filled with respect at this moment. Is that a compliment? Dragon Queen was stupefied. You don't understand now, but 20 years later, when you look at this world again, perhaps you will understand what I'm saying today. I don't need 20 years. I can understand it now, but I don't understand why you didn't choose to restrict the power of the nobles through the laws of the kingdom, but chose the church instead, Marvin said. You really understand? Danny asked curiously. Yes, in fact, there were similar thoughts in the City of Knowledge in the early years, but they were suppressed by more scholars and professors as they were afraid of such thoughts. Scholars no fear. They even dared to mess with the real world, even daring to plot against me, Danny said doubtfully. Sigh, the nobles have knives. I even have dragons. It's not the same. Marvin shook his head. The City of Knowledge has never directly confronted the Megalosaurus, but to restrict the power of the nobles, we have to be serious about it. Sigh. Danny shook her head and raised her index and middle fingers. Let's continue with the original question. Second question, between the kingdom's government and the church's system, which is more honest, efficient, fair, and just? Marvin frowned. Your Majesty, the Great Sparrow is the same as St. Bailey, a once-in-a-millennium oddity. Under normal circumstances, the Archbishop of the Church is inferior to the officials of the Seven Kingdoms. Even if the officials are inefficient and bend the law for personal gain, at least they are still working to maintain the kingdom's normal operations. But the Archbishop, they are greedy, extravagant, and indulge in pleasure, and they are frequent visitors to the King's Landing Academy, and even lay their hands on the young monks in the cloister, and, sigh, they do not do good deeds, but they are full of evil. It's different now. Danny shook her head. The church and the kingdom could be seen as a company, and the kingdom's management was decided by the ruler. But it was hard to find a good ruler, not to mention every generation of kings with great talent and strategy. If the church did not have a god behind it, like the Seven Gods Church, its CEO would be the same as the kingdom, still immortal, and its revenue would be completely decided by the management. But the kingdom was a family business with unlimited responsibility, while the church was an irresponsible state-owned enterprise. Without a doubt, the family business had more core competitiveness. If the church had a powerful and intelligent god, it would be impossible for the god to manage the grassroots, but for the archbishop and archbishop of the leadership, the god could easily choose the best talents, the believers who were most compatible with his teachings. The god needed faith, and would not be tempted and corrupted by the power and money of mortals. At the very least, they could ensure that their church was fair and clean. In this way, the church's competitiveness would be far higher than the kingdom's. Even if Danny did not make any adjustments, and even suppressed the church's power for the sake of the royal power, the Seven Gods Church, which was managed by Dahe, would not be filled with incompetent people, and would inevitably prosper and flourish. Sooner or later, the Seven Gods Church would be able to suppress the royal power. This would be more fatal to the royal power, and it would not necessarily be beneficial to the church, because the purpose of the church's existence was to serve the god, and the god did not need the royal power. In other words, secular power was only to facilitate the spread of faith. If the current political system could ensure the smooth spread of faith, the church would not need any political power, and could completely not interfere with the royal power. Did you notice? The church and the kingdom seemed to be competing for the royal power, but they did not have any fundamental contradiction, they were just one selling flour, and the other selling lime. As the saying goes, the one who sells flour can't stand the one who sells lime. This was the limit of the common people's vision. If one reached Danny's level, one could see the difference between the two at a glance, and even, she was the owner of both shops. The kingdom was inherited by her blood descendants, and the church was inherited by her eldest son, Dahe. Since the two companies had no fundamental conflict, it was better to unite. The combination of enterprises that produced similar products was called a cartel. If there was no church, and only a feudal kingdom was established, the world would be divided into countless small kingdoms, and Danny's son would be the king, and this would form a cartel-style, Targaryen kingdom company. In fact, a cartel was the lowest and most primitive form of monopoly. Above a cartel, there was the second-level syndicate, the third-level trust, and even the highest-level Khansian. In terms of the economic development of the world, Khansian was the highest form of monopoly. What was Khansian? The shops that sold flour were all under one company, called a cartel. The ones that controlled all the flour and wheat shops were called a syndicate. The ones that controlled the planting of wheat, the processing of bread, and even the shops that sold bread, a series of industries related to the production of flour, was called a trust. A trust for flour. Similarly, from lime mining, lime processing, sales, and even construction, real estate, and even property companies, they were all controlled by one company, and could be called a lime trust. Flour and lime did not have any industrial connection, but they had one thing in common: they were daily necessities for ordinary people. On this common point, a core company began to extend its tentacles into small trust companies in different fields like an octopus. A complete trust was too reactionary and was not conducive to productivity improvement, so it would be boycotted by any country. This was a fourth-grade monopoly technique. Once used, it was easy to massacre a city and destroy a country. Yes, Korea's Sour Star was the Kanzian model. So, now everyone understood Danny's choice, right? 99% of the transmigrators in the world would overthrow the church and then establish a world empire. But in the end, they were just creating a low-level cartel. With the opportunity to establish the Kanzian group, Danny naturally would not choose a cartel. As the helmsman of the Long Group, the first thing she had to do was to adjust the business of the two subsidiary companies under her, and clearly standardize the budget allocation and profit points of each company. She had to separate the royal power from the church, and turn conflict into harmony. To be honest, Danny's Kanzian group was more than 100 times scarier than Lee's Sour Star. The king's subsidiary company controlled most of the material resources, secular political power. The church's subsidiary company controlled spiritual civilization, faith, and education. It almost completely deprived the new child of destiny of the opportunity to rise. If Danny was more evil, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire would be shrouded in Targaryen's shadow for the next 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. It would be like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. Fortunately, she did not forget her original intention and remembered her mission. She resolutely carried out the concept of a normal world, of fighting against evil nobles and improving the social survival rights of the people. Danny was still dreaming of the church in her left hand and the royal power in her right hand, holding up the world with both hands. Then, the Iron Throne moved again. Big Sparrow's death left the position of archbishop vacant. An archbishop from the Starry Cathedral named John stood up and announced himself as the archbishop of the southern diocese. He also crowned Cersei as the official queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Archbishop Matthew of the King's Landing Cathedral immediately stood up and publicly reprimanded the Starry Cathedral for their sinful act of dividing the church. Actually, after Big Sparrow came to power, the Starry Cathedral and the Cathedral of Baylor had already formed a substantial division. Big Sparrow even mortgaged the church bank of the Starry Cathedral. How could the archbishops of the old town not be angry and jealous? Moreover, the gods who developed faith must be fair and just. Most of the Starry Cathedral were fallen, but it was not that there were no devout believers, such as Archbishop John. He was a believer with more than 200 faith points. Theoretically, he could communicate with the Holy Mother. In fact, the Holy Mother rarely paid attention to these believers. Archbishop John could also use divine spells, so he was fully qualified to run for archbishop. As for why John was bribed by the Iron Throne, devout belief did not mean that believers had no personal will. Unless the seven gods sent an oracle, believers would have thoughts, desires, and choices. That was why Pope Danny was needed to establish new rules. As for Archbishop John, Danny was not in the mood to pay attention to him. Because there was a sudden news from the valley: her nephew was gone. Well, it was real this time. Chapter 705. That day in the Wolfswood, after Stannis reached an agreement with the Iron Treasury on behalf of Tai Chu, he immediately arranged for Sir Justin Marseille to escort Tai Chu away and hire no less than 20,000 mercenaries on the other side of the Narrow Sea. He also told Sir Justin that even if he heard news of his death, he had to lead the troops to crown Princess Shireen as the queen. In this aspect, Sir Justin was almost like a loyal minister. Hence, if the Alliance army wanted to find the Urlu alliance, the best choice would be to use the Bravosi people to get information from Sir Justin. Justin had been busy recruiting mercenaries. The first batch of 3,000 cavalrymen helped Urlu stabilize the situation and take down Winterfell. When Urlu decided to go south, he prepared a second batch of 5,000 mercenaries. Of course, the fleet that transported the mercenaries, as well as the rations, weapons, armor, and other military supplies for the soldiers, were all bought from Bravos and sent over. When Urlu left White Harbor, he announced that he was going back to Storm's Rest Keep, but his real target was the valley. Because of this, Ol. Wu, who sent Meiji back to the Westeros, searched for Urlu on the sea for almost a week, but didn't find any trace of the huge fleet. Ol. Wu went the wrong way. Urlu went to the Five-Finger Peninsula in the valley, and the second batch of mercenaries that Sir Justin recruited and the second batch of supplies were also sent to the Five-Finger Peninsula. The Five-Finger Peninsula was very close to Bravos, only separated by a narrow sea that was 500 kilometers wide. Urlu planned to land on the Five-Finger Peninsula and take over the valley. Since ancient times, no army had ever been able to invade the valley through the Blood Gate, but the east of the valley had a long and complicated coastline. When the Undulls invaded the Westeros, their first target was the valley. As long as they crossed the narrow sea and successfully stood on the coast of the valley, the ancestors wouldn't be able to chase them away. Urlu used the same strategy. First, he hit his target and made everyone think that he was going back to Storm's Rest Keep, but halfway through, he turned into the Five-Finger Peninsula and quickly landed on the important coastal town Snakewood City. Snakewood City was very special. It was located at the end of the Valley Plains, only 500 kilometers away from the Eagle Nest. If the Eagle Nest was Suzhou City, then Snakewood City was Suzhou City. It also faced Bravos, making it very convenient for Justin to transport troops and supplies. In the end, Snakewood City's Count Lindley just happened to lead his troops in response to King Aegon's summons, passing through the Blood Gate and heading south to attack the King's Landing. It just so happened that Snakewood City's forces were empty at the moment. In reality, the battle had not even begun. The army had been placed outside the city, and King Aegon had been brought out to make an appearance. They had then sworn to guarantee Count Lindley's rights, and the gates of Snakewood City had been opened wide. In Snakewood City, Urlu received the representative of the allied army that Sir Justin had brought, the leader of the Windblowers, the Ragged Prince. Yes, kidnapping Aegon was the Ragged Prince's suggestion to Jenny. Jenny agreed, and he was in charge of the project. He thought that with the help of the Iron Throne, the 5 pterosaurs could easily ambush Aegon. Who knew? The chaotic situation in the Westeros and the shamelessness of the 7 kingdoms had crossed the bottom line of the Ragged Prince. He only wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible and escape the world-class cesspool that was the Westeros forever. In the bay outside Snakewood City, on a 500-ton cargo ship, accompanied by Aunt May and Sir Justin, Urlu secretly met with the Ragged Prince with the Iron Treasury representing Tai Chu as the middleman. "I know you. You're just a mercenary." Urlu coldly stared at the tall, white-haired old man and said bluntly, "What right do you have to represent the allied army to negotiate with the 7 kingdoms' kings?" The Ragged Prince's huge eye bags rolled up, and a fierce glint flashed in his blue eyes. "First, my mercenary group has 20,000 people, twice your current military strength. In a direct battle, the Windblowers can beat 4 of you." Urlu clenched his jaw and began to grind his teeth. The tall old man said softly, "Secondly, I'm also the leader of the Allied Army Mercenary Group Alliance. Right now, almost 100,000 mercenaries under Meereen City are my subordinates. My time is tight, and my mission is important. You don't have to worry about me talking nonsense with you." Urlu clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" "I'll say this first. No matter what, the 7 kingdoms and I will not participate in the war at Slave Bay. The ragged prince grinned. If we need the help of the Westeros to win the war, then there's no need for the allied army to exist. Then, the tall old man's expression became serious. He said solemnly, but you do have the key factor that will determine the outcome of the war at Slave Bay, Aegon Targaryen. You want Aegon? Erlu's clenched jaw loosened because he was too shocked. He revealed a rare row of white teeth. You want to use Aegon to threaten Dany Rise? Are you out of your mind? He said scornfully. The ragged prince glanced at the red-robed woman warily and said, Dany Rise values family, and Aegon is her only family. Her love for him. You might not understand. Not understand? Erlu clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He remembered that the dwarf had said the same thing before. Why did the foreigners mistakenly think that he killed Renly? We once hired the regretful guests of Karst to assassinate Aegon. Do you know how Dany Rise responded? That night, she rode her dragon for thousands of miles and wiped out the regretful guests that had been passed down for thousands of years. The entire street turned into a sea of fire. The palace of Karst groaned in the dragon's flames. The docks, warehouses, and mansions of the merchants were burned to the ground. That was just the beginning. After that, Sigh. Seeing Erlu's disapproving expression, the ragged prince sighed and stopped talking. He said, forget it. We only want Aegon. Whether it succeeds or not, it has nothing to do with you. Aegon is my captive. I can't give him to you. Erlu shook his head and refused. Tai Chu stroked the thin goatee that hung down to his abdomen and smiled, Your Majesty Stannis, the reason you kept Aegon alive is because he has value. Perhaps, the ragged prince can offer a higher price. As he spoke, he looked at the tall old man. Am I right? The ragged prince looked at Erlu and said, The ransom you offered for Aegon is the right to command the true Dragon Alliance. Let's not talk about whether you can get what you want. Before your men can take over those 2 armies, the Iron Throne has already crippled them. Aegon's ransom is of little value to you other than eliminating himself from the election of the King of the 7 Kingdoms. Why don't you return the ransom and sell Aegon to me? I'll give you a more practical reward. You even know about Aegon's ransom? Erlu asked with a frown. The squad of winged dragons hired by the Iron Throne is my men. That's why I know about your tacit understanding with the Iron Throne regarding Aegon. Symor Lannister. Erlu gritted his teeth. You should have known that the tacit understanding between you and the Iron Throne would disappear the moment Aegon was captured, the ragged prince said calmly. I can't hand Aegon over to you. Why? That would violate the laws of the 7 kingdoms and break my promise. As a prisoner of war, Aegon has always cooperated with me to pay the ransom. I have to ensure his safety and treatment as a noble. Erlu's expression was firm without a trace of hesitation. The ragged prince's eyes drooped as he said softly, a fleet of 100 ships and an army of 20,000. Erlu frowned. I won't hand over Aegon. The ragged prince recalled the boundless wealth the Iron Treasury had given him and chuckled. He gave up on the idea of using money to bribe him. Do you know the price Cersei paid for hiring my squad of winged dragons? What does that have to do with me? Erlu said coldly. He did not like the other party's casual attitude, as if everything was under his control. It was like a rich old brothel patron looking with interest at a prostitute with a stubborn face who insisted on selling her art and not her body. He had experience and confidence, and by continuously increasing the grooming fee, he could make her willingly open her thighs to him. He was the rightful heir to the Iron Throne and the King of the 7 Kingdoms. He had been proud his entire life, like a flawless white jade. He would not allow his glory to be tarnished for any benefits. The dragon's horn and a dragon egg. The old brothel patron looked at Erlu with great interest and explained, You're not unfamiliar with the dragon egg. The key is the dragon's horn. It's called Dragon Binder. It's a magic horn made by the 14 Fire Peak families to control the Megalosaurus. It's easy to deal with winged dragons. Erlu's eyes widened. He said in disbelief, is there really such a powerful horn? We'll check the goods on the spot. The old brothel patron's smile grew brighter. Are you Luan stupid? If he has the dragon's horn, why doesn't he control Dany Rise's Megalosaurus or Aegon and Tyrion's winged dragons? If he has the dragon's horn, why does he need to hire a winged dragon team? Sir Justin's face was full of doubt. Do you think Luan doesn't want to? He's been dreaming of taking away Dany Rise's Megalosaurus. Unfortunately, the horn is broken, but we can repair it. In fact, it's already been repaired. The old brothel patron chuckled. Why didn't you use the dragon binder to take away Dany Rise's Megalosaurus? Erlu was confused. How do you think the horn is broken? The ragged prince smiled bitterly and shook his head. That woman has the true bloodline of the true dragon. Her talent is so strong that it's rare. Otherwise, why would we pay such a high price to deal with her? The dragon binder can't control the Megalosaurus. Erlu's thin face showed obvious disappointment. It's not that it can't control the Megalosaurus. It's that it can't control Dany Rise's Megalosaurus. What's the difference? Isn't she the only one in the world who has a Megalosaurus? Erlu's thin face that was close to his skull frowned. After thinking for a while, he shook his head stubbornly and said, the law is the law, and the rules are the rules. I can't give Aegon to you. Sigh. In the end, he couldn't help but close his eyes and sigh. He was full of regret. The ragged prince was still calm. He said softly, after getting the horn, I returned to Slaver's Bay on the same day and asked High Priestess Jenny to repair it. On the third day, I went to Sosrath Rainforest. Then, he raised 3 fingers and waved them in front of Erlu. Each dragon horn can only control a limited number of pterosaurs. We originally only had about 50 pterosaurs. Now that we have the dragon binder, we have another 30 pterosaurs. Right now, those pterosaurs are on the other side of the narrow sea. We were going to. Sigh, forget it. They are only about 800 kilometers away from you. Once we complete the deal, you will have 30 pterosaur knights by tomorrow. Gods! Sir Justin's eyes widened. Hiss! Even Aunt May, who had been calm all this time, couldn't help but gasp. He. Erlu's thin face turned red. His throat and eyes were dry, and he made some incomprehensible sounds. He, what do you think? The old brothel customer laughed proudly. Chapter 706. To a politician, anything could be sold as long as the other party offered a suitable price. Erlu admitted that he was tempted. The dragon's horn, dragon eggs, 30 pterosaurs. Is Aegon worth it? He asked in disbelief. Sigh. The prince in ragged clothes raised his head and sighed. His expression was extremely complicated. You should be asking if the outcome of the battle at Slave Bay is worth this price. If we lose the war, the tens of millions of gold royals invested by the Alliance will all go down the drain. It will be almost impossible for us to rebuild the Alliance again. When we hide at home and lick our wounds, the Dragon Queen will come knocking on our door one by one and defeat us one by one. It will be as simple as a noble riding a horse to hunt deer. Erlu shook his head and said, what did you plan to do with the 30 pterosaurs? It's obvious that no matter where they are placed, their influence on the war will far exceed that of Aegon. What plan? I did plan to lead 30 pterosaurs to bomb the Red Castle into ruins, but unfortunately, the prince in ragged clothes could not help but think of Jenny's warning. Never lead the pterosaurs to attack the king on the Iron Throne. It's best not to directly interfere in the war between the 7 countries. Otherwise, the Green Prophet will make sure you never return. The Westeros are really small but powerful. They are not a place for serious people to stay for long. He sighed inwardly and shook his head. No, 300 pterosaurs are not as good as Aegon. Is there something wrong with your head? Erlu stared and mocked. Even if Dany Rise treats her fake nephew as her own son, she is not stupid. If she loses the war, she will lose everything. The prince in ragged clothes smiled bitterly. The number of pterosaurs is much higher than the number of pterosaur knights that can fight. Pterosaurs are also very rare on the Sosros continent. However, dragon knights who can control pterosaurs are even rarer. It takes at least half a year to train a qualified dragon knight, and they have to be selected carefully. For example, dynamic vision, 3D spatial sense, reaction speed, body coordination, devotion to faith, strength of spiritual power. Not everyone is qualified to become a reserve dragon knight. Just like how Westeros have countless warhorses, but there are very few legendary knights like Barristan and Arthur Dayne. Tyrion, Aegon, and Sansa became dragon knights very easily, Erlu said in confusion. I've never met Sansa, but I'm sure she doesn't qualify. If she encountered Dragon Jean, any dragon knight in the alliance could kill her. Aegon is also struggling, but Tyrion. That dwarf's talent is extraordinary, and he has more than half a year's worth of dragon battle experience. To the east of the Summer Sea, Little Green Devil Tyrion is quite famous. So, it's useless even if we get the pterosaur. Sir Justin frowned. No, our battles are different. The Ragged Prince said helplessly, we need to deal with the Dragon Queen who is riding the Megalosaurus. If a dragon knight doesn't have top-notch skills, it's useless other than adding a bell to her braids. Even pterosaurs are rare in Westeros, so they don't need Dragon Jean at all. Anyone who can ride a dragon and throw kerosene bombs is qualified. How do you plan to deal with Aegon? Erlu said slowly. The Ragged Prince frowned. Once the deal is done, Aegon will no longer have anything to do with you. Why do you care about this? I need to know how the Alliance will treat Aegon before I can decide whether to hand him over to you, Erlu insisted. A hint of mockery flashed through the Ragged Prince's blue eyes under the huge eye bags. You can't be that naive, right? You think we'll pay a huge price just to change his environment and continue to enjoy the treatment of a king? He'll die. Erlu said with an unpleasant expression. That depends on whether Dany and Rise are willing to cooperate. Aegon's life is meaningless to us, but the Alliance must win, the Ragged Prince said calmly. Erlu closed his eyes, not letting anyone see the intense struggle in his heart. The silence lasted for a full 10 minutes. When he opened his eyes, Erlu's deep blue eyes no longer had a trace of hesitation or struggle. He slowly stood up and said, I refuse. After saying this, he turned around and walked toward the cabin door. Aunt May smiled faintly and walked with graceful steps beside Erlu. Sir Justin's mouth opened and closed, but in the end, he didn't say anything to dissuade them. He could only sigh regretfully and follow his master. The Iron Treasury's representative was dumbstruck. The Ragged Prince, who had always been confident, lost his composure completely. His expression was distorted, and his eyes were spitting fire as he glared at Erlu's back. After a period of awkward silence, he said faintly, the Iron Treasury is treating him too well. He's stubborn and upholds the law. Everyone in the Seven Kingdoms knows this, Tai Chu said helplessly. Humph, isn't everyone aware of how his brother, Lonley, died? The only reason he can persist is because he still has hope. Only the most desperate choice can reveal a person's true nature, the Ragged Prince said coldly. Tai Chu heard the hidden meaning in his words and hurriedly asked, what do you want to do? Stannis can't die. He still has a debt of more than 4 million gold royals from the Iron Treasury. The Ragged Prince's mouth twitched a few times. Let's do this. You go and let him understand the determination of the Alliance. If he understands the situation, everything will be easy. Otherwise, the Alliance has already invested more than 40 million gold royals in Slave Bay. Adding another 10% to the cost is nothing. Your Majesty Stannis, I think you should reconsider. The Great Battle of Meereen is about to begin. Even if it's just a 1% increase in the chances of victory, the Alliance will do their best and pay any price. The Iron Treasury obviously hoped that the Dragon Queen would be finished. Thus, as soon as the Ragged Prince left, Tai Chu entered Snakewood City to persuade Erlu. What do you mean by doing our best? Erlu said coldly. Tai Chu lowered his eyes and said softly, you know that the Ragged Prince is busy in Slave Bay. He only has one goal in coming to the Westeros. For that goal, he will do anything. For example, he will offer higher conditions until you are satisfied. Or. His voice became softer and gentler. It's true that the 30 pterosaurs controlled by the dragon binder horn have not found their master. However, it is easy to control the pterosaurs to carry out simple aerial bombardments. A fierce look flashed in Erlu's eyes. He said stiffly, let him try. Your Majesty, why bother? One more friend means 30 more pterosaurs. One less friend means one more enemy. Tai Chu advised. This is a matter of principle. Erlu's expression was firm. He shook his head and refused. Sigh, please reconsider. Tai Chu left helplessly. You are right. He is still being unreasonable when he is not in a desperate situation. He should be taught a lesson. After leaving Snakewood City, Tai Chu handed the Ragged Prince a sea map with a cold smile. 2 days later, Erlu's fleet was attacked by a group of pterosaurs when they were passing through the narrow sea. 10 large ships carrying food sank to the bottom of the sea. The 5 troop transport ships accompanying them were not spared either. They lost almost 4,000 tons of supplies and 2,000 mercenaries. When the news reached Braavos, no more mercenaries went to Erlu's recruitment point, and no more merchants were willing to risk going out to sea. The route from Braavos to Snakewood City is too simple. It is just a straight line. The pterosaur knights can easily find the fleet. Tai Chu said to Erlu with a worried expression. Erlu's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. 15 ships of the fleet had sunk. The commotion was too great. Everyone in Snakewood City finally knew that the Alliance was negotiating with Erlu. In the meeting room of the nobles of Blazing Heart. Your Majesty, give the false king to the Alliance. 30 pterosaurs. Gordy Farlin was so excited that his face was red. 30 pterosaurs. He, the giant killer, would definitely get one. A dragon knight. Perhaps he should choose a black-scaled pterosaur and name it Black Death Balerion. Your Majesty, we have no choice. Looking at Erlu who was hesitating, pockmarked face Richard said helplessly, our soldiers and supplies are all stuck in the hands of the Braavos people. As for Aegon's ransom, the command of the True Dragon Alliance, sigh, we lost contact with Sir Davos. He most likely met with an accident during the war. Now, the Iron Throne has a strong army. Not counting Yuluan sea monsters, we have more than 40,000 men. What about you? You only have 10,000 men. You can use 2,000 of them from the north, but you can't trust them. You can't rely on the 8,000 mercenaries either. Everyone knows that the trustworthiness of the mercenaries is directly proportional to the gold royals in our hands and the advantage we have in the war. The Iron Treasury controls our source of income. Tai Chu's intention is very clear. You must accept the Ragged Prince's conditions. Perhaps, he could even negotiate more favorable terms. If you refuse, the bombing of the ships will happen again very soon. I can't hand Aegon over. That would be against the law. Erlu had a conflicted expression. He seemed to be muttering unconsciously, I judged Aegon as the king. He is now the Duke of Hellenberg. Legally, he is my subject. Because of his crimes, he will be exiled. If I hand him over to the Alliance army, I will be violating the laws of the 7 kingdoms and betraying my promise. the faces of the Knights of the Red Heart of Flames were distorted. They wanted to shout, "Screw the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. You are now a rebel king, and we are rebels." But they could not say it. They did not dare to say it. Suddenly, Gaudy Farland had an idea. He said, "Exile Aegon immediately. Throw him to Bravos on the other side. If he is captured by the Alliance army, he can only blame it on his bad luck." Good idea. The pockmarked knight clapped and laughed. "Aegon has already paid the ransom. We should exile him immediately. There is no need to send him to Bravos. Just give him a ship and let him choose his own place of exile." "Yes, arrange a ship for him." Everyone agreed. Then, they looked at Erlu with expectant eyes. The room was silent. Erlu's expression kept changing. Everyone's eyes were on him. After struggling for nearly a quarter of an hour, Erlu's straight back bent. He slumped into the high-back chair and waved his hand. He said weakly, "Let me think." The giant killer wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he sighed and left. The other knights and lords followed his footsteps with complicated expressions. Late at night, the cold wind whistled outside the house. The fireplace burned in the house, warm as spring. After finishing his routine, Erlu stroked Aunt May's algae-like red hair and murmured, "I don't want to go back on my promise to Aegon and Sansa Stark, but the Alliance army is forcing me. What should I do? Can the Light King give me a hint?" If the great Lalo thought that this was Aegon's fate, then he could only grit his teeth and bear the guilt that fate imposed on him. "Let's take a look together." Aunt May got up. She held Erlu's large hand and walked naked to the fireplace. Then, the two of them stared at the flickering red flames in the fireplace. Gradually, images began to appear on the other side of the flames. Erlu seemed to have understood something. Chapter 707. The next day, Erlu announced that Aegon would be imprisoned by the Red Heart Knights. Previously, the Northerners had acted as Aegon's guards, so Illyrio and the others could see him every day. Now, they were all isolated. Sansa and Jon in Winterfell received the news and immediately rushed to Snakewood City. On the third day, the Northerners completely lost contact with Aegon. They didn't know where he went, but they knew that the Ragged Prince had purchased King Aegon. Count Gabbert, Sir Royce, and Jon furiously went to find Erlu, but they were rejected by Erlu. "Aunt Dany won't let you off, I swear." Sansa stuck out her slightly bulging belly and roared at Erlu's courtyard with a ferocious expression. Erlu didn't even see her and Jon. That afternoon, Jon brought his sister and the Northerners out of Giant Snake City. "Your Majesty Stannis, release my brother-in-law Aegon, or else I will unilaterally announce that I will rescind my oath of loyalty to you." Jon's hair and beard were all standing in front of Snakewood City, threatening loudly like a furious lion. Giant Snake City was the same as Winterfell. Although it was called a city, it was actually a square castle that was 200 to 300 meters long. Outside the castle was a market without walls. Just like the villages of the Celestial Empire, in the center was a majestic town hall, surrounded by shops, vendors, and residential houses. Nobles and knights lived in the castle, while ordinary mercenaries and northerners camped outside the castle. Thus, Jon first evacuated his men from Snakewood City before announcing his rebellion. "Jon Stark, you want to betray your sacred oath?" Godifalin roared from the city walls. "Release His Majesty Aegon, and I will be loyal to my oath," Jon said. "Aegon will be exiled according to the agreement. His Majesty Stannis has fulfilled his promise," Godifalin said loudly. "Don't play such tricks." Jon waved his hand angrily. His voice was like thunder as he swore, "I will give His Majesty Stannis one night to consider. If His Majesty Aegon still has not regained his freedom when the first rays of the sun fall on the city walls tomorrow morning, I will definitely attack Snakewood City." Remember, if you offend the Northern Territory, the Valley, Hejian, Dragonstone Island, Dorne, and the Dragon Queen at the same time, no matter what benefits you obtain from the alliance, it will be more illusory than a dream. Jon Stark. Behind the city gate, Erlu said in a complicated tone, he's a man of his word. If he doesn't see Aegon tomorrow morning, he'll definitely attack the city. Your Majesty, you have received a revelation from the fire. Things will end before dawn. Melisandre looked calm as if she had the pearl of wisdom in her hand. Just as Aunt May had said, the Ragged Prince brought the pterosaurs across the sea when the sun rose from the east. Snakewood City was only 600 kilometers away from Braavos, and the ravens could deliver the news in 7 or 8 hours at most. Hiss! Hiss! 11 pterosaurs circled in the sky above Snakewood City. The people of the Northern Territory who were cooking in the camp outside the city also put down what they were doing and stared blankly at the sky, shocked beyond words. They had seen pterosaurs many times, but this was the first time they had seen such a large squad of pterosaurs. With so many pterosaurs, they can easily drown 2,000 of us with just a few kerosene bombs, Countess Meiji said worriedly. Are there only so many pterosaurs on the Sosrath continent? Big John cursed. No, look, the pterosaurs are all very small. Apart from the leader, none of the remaining 10 are over 20 meters long. The adult dragons in the rainforest are almost all gone, the old crab said solemnly as he pointed at the sky. Apart from the Ragged Prince's adult dragon that was around 25 meters long, the rest of the 11 pterosaurs were about the same size as Sansa's striped dragon, but they were not all striped dragons. Spread out. We are all cavalry, so we can look at the sky and avoid the wildfire bombs, Jon immediately ordered. But if we spread out, how are we going to attack the city? Ilio roared in a shrill voice. The fat merchant was currently in a very bad state. He hadn't slept for a few days and nights, and his fat face was as pale as a corpse due to exhaustion. His eyes were bloodshot under the large dark circles under his eyes, and the yellow forked beard on his chin was full of dirt. His luxurious clothes gave off a rancid smell. When he opened his mouth full of rotten yellow teeth and roared, his salty and sour saliva practically sprayed Jon's face. Jon was also in a good mood. He only waved his hand and had 2 northern guards drag the fat man away. The enemy has 7,000 people defending the city. We only have 2,000, so we can't take down Snakewood City no matter what. Jon helplessly said to his sorrowful and despairing sister, attacking the city is not a lie. We just want to express our attitude and let Stannis understand the consequences of handing over Aegon to the Alliance. What if he doesn't care about our attitude? Just like now, Sansa muttered as she stared in the direction of the castle. SSSS, a 14-meter-long striped dragon descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard behind the city walls. 15 minutes later, a horn sounded from the courtyard. The Ragged Prince landed with his dragon. Why are there only 10 pterosaurs? Erlu coldly asked. This is the deposit. Once I leave the Westeros with Aegon, Mr. Tycho will take you to the Braavos Strait to find the other 20 dragons. With his goal achieved, the Ragged Prince was in high spirits and seemed very happy. Erlu glanced at the smiling Tycho. Seeing him nod, he turned around and asked, "Where is the horn? Where is Aegon?" The Ragged Prince asked. Erlu ordered the Red Heart Knight beside him. Soon, the wheelchair-bound King Aegon was carried out. Stannis, you betrayed me. My aunt will not let you go. I swear, no matter what happens to me, you will suffer 10 times the retribution. King Aegon's face was ferocious. He struggled to curse Erlu viciously. The Ragged Prince frowned. This King Aegon looked haggard, yellow and emaciated. His silver hair was messy and his purple eyes were filled with despair and resentment. He did not seem to have much of a king's aura, he was a little disappointed. The Dragon Queen's nephew was like this. However, when a man was about to die, he would reveal his worst side. Perhaps, He went forward and gagged King Aegon's mouth. Then, he took off his clothes and checked him thoroughly. There was no human skin mask or magical tools. Bring him to the city walls. After checking his identity, the ragged prince was still uncertain. He had seen King Aegon's portrait before. However, like Tycho, this was his first time seeing King Aegon in person. Erlu gritted his teeth and glared at the ragged prince. He nodded to the knight beside him. Not long later, a loud commotion could be heard outside the city. Scolding, cursing, sobbing. All of it proved King Aegon's identity. Very good. The ragged prince nodded and smiled. Hand Aegon to me first. I will stay here myself. Also, I have the Iron Treasury as my guarantee. I will not go back on my word. You don't trust me? Erlu glared at him and gritted his teeth. To be honest, I used to trust you, Westeros. The ragged prince looked as if he was reminiscing. He sighed and said, Dany Rise was the first Westeros king I came into contact with. We dated for half a year. She kept her word and abided by traditional virtues. She valued honor a lot. At first, I thought that all Westeros kings were true knights like her. Then, Cersei and Yuluin taught me a good lesson. Kings are common, but Dragon Queen is rare. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Erlu's teeth seemed to be chewing on walnuts. Erlu stared at the ragged prince for a while. Seeing that he had no intention of compromising, he sighed and nodded lightly. 3 minutes later, the winged dragon knight who had come down to scout for the ragged prince took off with King Aegon. The people outside the city saw King Aegon on the dragon's back through their binoculars. They were all filled with righteous indignation. Seeing that the winged dragon had flown to a safe distance with Aegon, the ragged prince waved at the sky. A young shadow dragon landed. There was no dragon knight on the dragon's back. Instead, there was a huge horn tied to it. Someone come and check it. He smiled and extended his hand. Aunt May walked gracefully to the winged dragon. Her red dress fluttered in the wind. She placed her jade-white palm on the black horn. Buzz, buzz. The gold and Valeglia runes embedded in the horn lit up. A low dragon's roar came from the horn. The ragged prince's calm expression disappeared. Nervousness flashed in his eyes. This witch is terrifying. I wonder if she can discover the trap left behind by Lady Jenny. Aunt May did not seem to notice. She nodded excitedly and said to Erlu, this is a real dragon's horn. It's one of the 3 oldest horns in Valeglia. Is it fixed? Erlu was also very excited. Lady Jenny's skills are still better. The ragged prince let out a sigh of relief. A calm smile appeared on his face again. Is the deal done? He asked. Erlu's expression suddenly became very strange. There were 4 parts hesitation, 2 parts embarrassment, 1 part shame, and 3 parts murderous intent that made the ragged prince's hair stand on end. The complicated expression on Erlu's face disappeared. He was about to give an order with a ferocious expression. The ragged prince seemed to have sensed something. He retreated in fear. He opened his mouth and was about to say something. Aegon isn't Lejazi. Suddenly, a wail that sounded like a pig being slaughtered came from outside the castle. The ragged prince and Erlu's expressions froze on their faces. The words that they were about to say were also stuck in their throats. Aegon is my son. He has no blood relation to Dany Alice. A man who looked like a fat pig let out a wail that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. In just an instant, the noise inside and outside the castle disappeared. Snakewood City was as quiet as a tomb. Erlu and the ragged prince widened their eyes. They were dumbstruck. The fat pig was still wailing, I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm Aegon's biological father. I used my own son to disguise himself as Aegon. Aegon is my son. It's useless even if you bring him to Slaves Bay. It's useless. Danny Alice won't be threatened at all. Put him down. He's useless. He's useless to you. He's useless. Angry expressions froze on the faces of Meiji, Great John, and the other vassals. John, who had been calling Bran, "Save me," in his heart, rubbed his eyes. He looked at the city gate again. The wailing fat spice merchant was not an illusion. He rubbed his ears. "Aegon is my son," rang out. It was not an illusion. John's furry horse-like face was twisted into a huge, ugh, character. The anxiety and despair in Sansa's eyes disappeared. She looked at the fat merchant at the city gate blankly. Where am I? What am I doing? Who is Aegon? Who am I? Chapter 708. Are you crazy? How can you tell such a lie? On the city wall, Gordy Farland cursed angrily, "Damn fatty, I can see through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. You want to use this method to deceive us and make us let Aegon go. Let me tell you, there's no way. We don't believe it. We definitely don't believe it. Aegon is Liga and Elia's son, Danny and Rise's nephew. No one can trick us." This guy had completely forgotten that he had called him a fake king and a fake crown prince. "I'm not lying, I swear. Varys has been a good friend of mine for many years. With his help, exchanging a baby is too easy," Illyrio said as he wiped his tears. "You're lying." Gaudy Farland was furious. If Aegon was a fake, the Alliance would no longer need him. If the Alliance did not need him, they would not exchange him with the Pterosaur. Without the Pterosaur, he would not be able to become a Dragon Knight. How could the giant killer tolerate this? He was overthinking it. Kill him. Illyrio was about to argue when Erlu's roar suddenly came from the castle a door away. Hearing this, Gaudy Farland snatched a long-armed crossbow from the soldier beside the wall and aimed at the fatty below the city walls. SSSS. Suddenly, the Pterosaur's pained cry came from the courtyard behind him. Gaudy Farland instantly recalled the scene when King Aegon had fallen into the dragon's embrace. Turning around, he saw dozens of ballistae extending from the balconies and windows of the castle. Steel bolts the length of an arm shot out, piercing through the body, wings, and neck of the giant pterosaur in the courtyard. What happened? Gaudy Farland muttered in confusion. Then, he saw the ragged prince rolling in the mud, holding his head and wailing. He saw the Iron Treasury representative Tai Chu struggling under the night. He saw the king with a gloomy expression. He saw Melisandre holding the horn, Aunt May's pink, heart-shaped face flushed red. The horn's cry pierced through the soul, echoing several kilometers around Snakewood City. The pterosaurs in the sky flew around like headless flies. "Ah, my lord is stealing peaches again." Gordy Farland was enlightened and completely relaxed. He turned his head and smiled at Illyrio. "You bastard, I've long seen through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. I've always said that Aegon is a fake crown prince. Ha ha ha, I guessed right, didn't I? However, you are truly audacious and deranged. You actually used your own son to confuse the bloodline of the true dragon, using the identity of a lowly foreign merchant to seize the sacred and mighty Iron Throne. Wait for the king's judgment. I am willing to accept the trial. Tell His Majesty Stannis to release my son." The change in Gordy Farland's attitude was obvious, and with Illyrio's intelligence, he could easily sense that something was wrong. However, seeing the pterosaur struggling and roaring in the sky, he was scared witless, his face full of fear. His son was in heaven. The ragged prince's pterosaur wasn't controlled by the dragon binders, so it was killed by Erlu's blazing red heart knights. The small shadow dragon carrying the dragon's horn in the courtyard and the 8 ownerless pterosaurs in the sky were easily controlled by the horn. Only the adult striped dragon carrying Aegon was controlled by a dragon knight. Aunt May was currently using the horn to fight him for control of the pterosaur. Aw! Suddenly, Illyrio's courage was shattered, and he raised his head to howl. Aw! Jon and the others also looked at the sky, crying out in fear. Aegon! Sansa couldn't care less about her husband's identity. She looked at Aegon falling from the sky and cried out in despair. Aegon had been tied up in front of the winged dragon knight. Illyrio's cries were a few hundred meters away, so he definitely couldn't hear them. However, the changes in Snakewood City couldn't be hidden. Even the pterosaur he was riding had lost control. That winged dragon knight of the allied army might as well go all the way. Shameless Westeros, you didn't keep your word, did you? I'll kill King Aegon right now. He threw King Aegon off the dragon's back. The pterosaur was flying over 1,000 meters in the safe zone. King Aegon wasn't the dragon queen, so he naturally had no chance of survival. Amidst the cries of thousands of people, King Aegon smashed into a pool of blood in the Northerners' camp. Aw! Sansa's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Aw! Illyrio's legs turned to jelly and he collapsed on the ground. He covered his face and cried, "Gods, I shouldn't have held on to any hope." Stannis was willing to kill his own brother for the Iron Throne. How could I have expected him to give up on the Allied army's generous conditions for the sake of a promise? Wah, my son, such a brave, righteous child. You died so tragically. The fatty stumbled over to the place where the dragon had fallen. Like a madman, he crawled in the mud where blood flowed. His hands randomly pulled out the mangled red meat, white bones, green intestines, and purplish organs in front of him. The people around him had suspected that he was putting on an act, purposely saying that King Aegon was his son so that he could save him from the Allied army. But now, everyone's expression changed. They were angry at the fatty's craziness, but they also found it hard to believe that King Aegon's true identity was real. But after seeing Aegon's tragic death and the fatty's sorrowful cries, they couldn't help but feel pity for the father and son's misfortune. This is really... Big Jon stomped his feet anxiously, but he didn't understand why he was so anxious, so he became even more agitated. Jon supported his unconscious sister and looked coldly at the fatty. He growled, "Illyrio, explain everything clearly. What else is there to say? He's already dead." Illyrio's heart was like dead ashes. He didn't even raise his head. He only buried his head and scratched his son's sunken head. Something's not right. Suddenly, the fat man screamed and scrambled backwards in fear. This isn't Aegon. It was clearly Aegon before. What's going on? Ah, this isn't His Majesty Aegon. The people around who saw the corpse's broken head all cried out in shock. They didn't see his face clearly, but King Aegon had silver hair. Everyone knew that. But in the pile of flesh was a black-haired skull. Jon's heart skipped a beat. He handed Sansa to Elisa Mormont and hurried over to the corpse. As expected, it wasn't Aegon. His skin was rough and his hair was black. Then, he saw a gem emitting heat and red light in the pile of flesh. This is... Jon picked up the gem and wiped it clean. This is Melisandre's magic tool. It contains her magic power. It's an illusion. Aegon was fake from the start. That day, Brittany was also tricked by this illusion. Melisandre used another person to disguise herself. The little devil guessed right. Jon suddenly realized. Then, he was conflicted again. Aegon was fake. This Aegon was also fake. The real brother-in-law, the fake Aegon, was still alive? What should he do? Illusion? Illyrio exclaimed. That's right. It's an illusion. A gentle female voice came from behind. The city gate had opened. The charming Aunt May walked over with a pale Erlu. A king's promise is unwavering, she said in a strange tone. King Stannis was determined not to break his promise and the law. But the allies pushed him too far. In just one time, they blew up 15 of our ships. So, I designed today's situation for His Majesty. We saw the end in the flames, but we didn't expect that the end was just the beginning. Why didn't you discuss it with us in advance? Jon asked with a complicated expression. How can someone as smart as you say something so stupid? Without you besieging the city, why would the Ragged Prince come? Not just you, even Sir Gordy, Sir Richard, and the king's trusted aides didn't know the truth. This isn't a matter of trust. It's just that none of you are suitable for acting. Aunt May's eyes were like silk and her tone was coquettish. People couldn't help but fantasize about her relationship with Jon. Ow! Illyrio was stunned. He raised his head and howled, his voice filled with regret and despair. Erlu looked at him sharply and said coldly, I thought you would deny it. The fat merchant looked up and saw the disdain, hatred, and resentment of the people around him. He smiled bitterly and said, You think I'm confused with the Targaryen bloodline? Aren't you? Don't tell me you have the bloodline of a true dragon. Gordy Farron sneered. I don't, but my wife does. The fat man sighed. What? Everyone was shocked again. Who's your wife? Erlu asked in surprise. Syra Blackfire. The fat man slowly spat out a name that shocked all the Westeros present. They didn't know Syra, but they all knew what Blackfire meant. I remember that after ferocious Maris died under Sir Barristan's sword on the Stone Islands, the Blackfire bloodline became extinct, the old crab said with a frown. They became extinct, and my wife is the illegitimate daughter of Demon Blackfire. I'm a prince in Pentos, similar to a duke in Westeros. If not for the wishes of the Blackfire family, why would I get involved in this mess? Illyrio said bitterly. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. You're lying, you're lying. Sansa's face was pale, and she was about to cry as she shook her head. In old Nan's legends, there were only frogs that became princes, and commoners that became kings. When did a prince become a frog, and a king become a commoner? It's true, my father. Illyrio said affectionately. Oh, no. Sansa's eyes rolled back, and she fainted again. Aunt Dany was gone, and Father Illyrio was replaced. This was worse than Cadillac being replaced by Cherry. That's how it is. The old crab sighed. Although I've long suspected that Aegon isn't Lejazi, the descendant of the Black Fire is still too unexpected. After confirming Aegon's identity, the old crab gave up his position as Queen Sansa's temporary advisor, and rode his dragon back to Dragonstone Island. Dany was stupefied, her eyes unfocused, as if she couldn't take the blow of being cheated. She was in a daze, and looked extremely pitiful. Sigh, Your Majesty. The old crab made a throat-slitting gesture, and asked in a low voice, should we punish Illyrio? Jaelo Dane said coldly, of course. And Varys. Neither of them can be let off. They didn't just lie to Your Majesty about Aegon. They definitely didn't mean it when they said they wanted to help Targaryen restore their kingdom. They used Your Majesty and Prince Viserys as shields to cover for that fake crown prince, and even planned to have the true dragon lead the way. This means that they want to kill Your Majesty and Prince Viserys. If Your Majesty isn't at Slaves Bay, but returns to the Westeros and succeeds in restoring the kingdom, would Varys and Illyrio allow their true crown prince to remain in hiding? The pitiful dragon queen's face was pale, and she swayed. How could this be? How could this be? Chapter 709. Illyrio and Varys' actions are too crazy. When the battle at Slaver's Bay is over, I will convene a council in the Westeros and give them a fair trial. In the end, the Dragon Queen still rejected the suggestion of punishing Illyrio immediately. How would she punish the fat merchant now? Send a winged dragon knight to cut him down. Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? She wanted to give them the absolute justice of a queen in front of the people of the Seven Kingdoms, just like the Academy of Trials and the scholars. Then, what about Aegon? The old crab asked carefully. Sigh, he's still a descendant of Targaryen's bastard son, and he was kept in the dark. He didn't know about Illyrio's plan, so he's not guilty. Dany sighed. The Dark Star frowned. Your Majesty is too magnanimous. He really didn't know, but he's the biggest beneficiary of the scheme. You can pardon him after the trial, but you can't treat him as an innocent. The Dragon Queen shook her head gently and said sadly, he has called me aunt for so long, and I have also poured so much into him. The Dark Star sighed and stopped trying to persuade her. Should we take back the winged dragons? The old crab asked again. Dany asked curiously, Stannis really has 30 winged dragons? He only controlled 10 at the time. The other 20 are said to be on the other side of the narrow sea. I don't know if he's gone to subdue them yet. Since Aegon was no longer the Dragon Queen's nephew, the old crab had no reason to stay by Sansa's side as an advisor. He rode back to Dragonstone Island that night. Stannis has been in a good mood recently. Dany exclaimed. There's the unlimited loan from the Iron Gold Vault, mercenaries, northerners, and a surprise attack into the heart of the valley. Plus, there are 30 winged dragons. He might really be able to subdue the valley and conquer the Blood Gate, then take Hajien. With the power of Hajien, the northerners, and the valley, he might still be able to fight Cersei. Oh, and the one in charge of King's Landing now is Yuluin. Yuluin versus Erlu, what do you think? Erlu had been involved in the game of power since the War of the Usurpers. He had fought the Mad Prince before. During King Balon's rebellion, he commanded Robert's royal navy to destroy the Iron Fleet, which could be considered as going against Balon. During the Battle of the Four Kings, Renly had eaten his peaches, Robb, Balon, and Joffrey had all received boxed lunches, and even Prince Regent Tywin had died. King Aegon rose like a comet and fell like a comet. The King of the North, Skinner, had become Lalo's sacrifice. If every king in Westeros was a level in a game, then Erlu was the only one who had cleared it. He was definitely the strongest king in the world of Song of Ice and Fire, the most experienced player in the game. Let's leave the pterosaur to them. Sansa's pterosaur was a wedding gift. How ugly would it be to take it back? Dany waved her hand. There's still one more pterosaur. Sir Clinton brought it to the north to ransom Balerian's striped dragon, Old Crab reminded. Is Aegon free? Dany asked curiously. At least not when I left. Stannis said he would put him on trial for the crime of mixing up noble bloodlines. With that guy's personality, he'll definitely keep his word, Old Crab said with a complicated tone. Speaking of which, Erlu was his lord. In the 14 years that Erlu had been the Duke of Dragonstone, Old Crab had always been his vassal. That dragon is already Stannis's ransom. He can't take it back. Dany looked at Marvin and asked, does the Seven Kingdoms have any laws related to mixing up noble bloodlines? Yes, and very serious, Dr. Bullneck said solemnly. If the evidence is conclusive, Illyrio, Varys, and Aegon will all be sentenced to death. What's going on? I, the victim, have already declared Aegon innocent. What right does Stannis have to care about this? Dany said unhappily. He thinks he's the king of the Seven Kingdoms, Old Crab said. Dany said with a displeased expression, send him a letter and tell him to release Aegon immediately. If Stannis judges the Targaryen case as the king, then won't I become his vassal? And Illyrio and Varys, he can't care about them either. I'll judge them myself in the Great Council. Erlu judging Aegon's case was like the Ming dynasty's imperial sword cutting down the Qing dynasty's officials. That makes sense. Old Crab nodded and said hesitantly, but if you stop Stannis from judging Aegon, I'm afraid others will have other ideas. When I left, Sansa was still shouting, Illyrio is a liar, I want Aunt Dany to uphold justice. Dany's mouth twitched. Marvin muttered, the best choice is to stop paying attention to Aegon's case and pretend you don't know Stannis is going to judge him. Aegon won't die anyway. He's still Sansa Stark's legal husband. Dany thought for a moment and said, continue to keep an eye on Stannis. Melisandre is the focus. As for Aegon, it's best if Sansa can get him out. If Stannis insists on not letting him go, Count Sitiga will go personally and warn him to behave. Ah, Aegon, my silver prince, old hag roared and fainted. The servants and guards panicked. How can this be? How can this be? Ashera was also on the verge of collapsing. His face was pale and he looked lost. 15 years, 15 whole years. What have we done? Sigh. Old Ymont sighed. He didn't know how to comfort the two of them. Old Hag's main reason for raising Aegon was Silver Prince Rhaegar. His secondary reason was to make up for his mistakes in the Battle of the Bell. To put it bluntly, Old Hag was a true member of the Red Dragon faction. Aegon had nothing to do with Rhaegar. It was even possible that because of Aegon, the real Rhaegar's son didn't survive. After all, the fake Crown Prince's biggest enemy wasn't his lie being exposed, but the real Crown Prince still being alive. Ashara's goal was also very simple. It was for her childhood friend and the Princess of Dorne, Ilya. Aegon's identity is fake, but Aegon is real. You raised him well. Dragon Queen comforted, but her words didn't match her heart. If he really had 15 years of hard work, he would have spent his energy and time on the original owner, Dany, Rhys, and Viserys. As long as second brother Way had half of Aegon's good temper and personality, even if his abilities weren't as good, he could barely be considered a qualified king. Fortunately, Aegon wasn't able to subdue a megalosaurus. When Old Hag was carried away, Ashera wiped her tears and left, leaving only Dany in the hall. Old Ymont said with great joy. I'll tell you the truth. Without my permission, even if our ancestor Aegon is resurrected, he can forget about taking away one of my dragons. At this point, Dany didn't hide her thoughts anymore. Old Ymont was stunned and muttered, but before. You even wrote a letter to Ilio looking for a dragon knight because dragons have 3 heads. Hee, old man, you can't be so naive as to think that I trusted Ilio, right? Old Ymont was surprised. You were only 14 at the time and had been receiving help from Ilio. Why didn't you trust him? Not long after I arrived at Quars, his fleet came and wanted to take me to Pentos, Dany sneered. It was obvious that he had been watching me. He even had people by my side. At this point, Dany's face revealed a look of disappointment and disappointment. Actually, she always knew who Ilio's spy was. The maid of Rhys who died at the hands of faceless, Doria. Doria was originally Rhys's prostitute. She had outstanding looks, great skills, and a simple and likable personality. She was bought by Ilio for a period of time and given to Viserys. When the original owner, Dany, got married, she was given to her as a maid. Other than Yora and Doria, Dany was surrounded by centaurs. The centaurs of Kos would never be spies for outsiders, so if there was a mole in Dany's team, it could only be Ursa and Doria, the 2 outsiders. Ursa was a spy for the King's Landing's Iron Throne and couldn't serve Ilio at the same time. The rest was simple. Doria was a spy for the Pentos trading prince. However, Dany's charm was very high and the 2 spies were suffering. Gradually, they started to have the idea of, I want to be a good person. At the time, I only had a few dozen centaur warriors left. Other than the dragon, there was nothing else worth thinking about. Thus, the only reason Illyrio sent someone to fetch me was because he had taken a fancy to my dragon. The dragon is my child, how could I give it to others? But his spies could find out where I was, even what I had said and what I was about to do. Naturally, I had to be an honest person. I had to abide by that bullshit prophecy of, the dragon has 3 heads. Old Ymont could only smile bitterly. As expected, this wasn't a normal Targaryen. Normal Targaryens would have been played to death by that evil bastard long ago, leaving behind an even more treacherous and evil alternative who lived so well. Actually, it seems that the prophecy of, the dragon has 3 heads may not be false, the old man said slowly. Aegon and I don't count. I'm too old, and Aegon can barely even be considered a black dragon. But Jon, Tyrion, and you really do have 3 heads. Dany's lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you dare to trust Jon and Tyrion? Do you dare to give the dragon to them? Old Ymont's smile became even more bitter. You're right. As Targaryens, they are completely untrustworthy. Both of them have the blood of a true dragon, but they have the souls of a dire wolf and a lion. Even if they know their true identities, they will definitely be proud of their Targaryen bloodline, but they will definitely not have a sense of belonging to Targaryen. Dany sized up the old man with a strange gaze. I thought you would say that both of them are trustworthy and reliable. Sigh, I've lived for more than 100 years. I've seen too many people and things. Perhaps I have beautiful fantasies, but I'm no longer that naive. Old Ymont shook his head and sighed. As expected. Prince Dowling passed the letter to his daughter. He pressed his temples with both hands and said with a tired expression, Aegon is indeed a fake. Fortunately, we didn't marry him. Yelaine said with great relief. Sigh, we were all cheated by Varys. Dorne lost 3,000 precious Sandhorse knights. Dany and Rhys also paid a great price. Prince Dowling smiled bitterly. A cold glint flashed in Yelaine's eyes. Should we take revenge on him? He dared to impersonate Dorne Martell's bloodline and even cheated 3,000 of our knights. Let's wait for Dany and Rhys's reaction. Wahahaha. I've already said that he's a fake. If that's the case, Dany and Rhys aren't that smart either. And Sansa, that bitch married a fake prince. She can no longer be a threat to me. Queen Cersei, who was locked in the Dowager Tower by 4 tough old nuns, put her hands on her hips and laughed maniacally. Chapter 710. Moongate Castle. Boo-hoo-hoo, it's over, it's all over. The fake Queen Sansa cried as she wiped her tears. Stannis has spread the news, the people of the 7 kingdoms know, they know Aegon's identity. The vassals of the Valley are discussing removing my position as the Valley Guardian and taking away Robert's guardianship, they are no longer loyal to Aegon. You still have me, the Northern Territory, Jon comforted his sister with a bitter face. You are Sansa Stark, the eldest daughter of Ide and Catelyn, the eternal princess of the Northern Territory. But, you also support Stannis. Sansa's teary eyes flashed with anger behind her embroidered handkerchief. She had insisted on letting Aegon go north to Winterfell because she had seen Melji and Gabbert, who had been sent by Jon to ask for help. But Jon had insisted on his false honor and refused to help her and Aegon get rid of Stannis directly. He had even come up with a crooked saying that 5 knights can kill any wizard, causing King Aegon's great situation to collapse. If Aegon had not been captured, the series of events would not have happened, he would still be the son of the noble Rhaegar and Elia, and not the bastard son of a prostitute and a merchant. Aegon was not a bastard son, Scylla and the fatty were officially married, but Scylla was an illegitimate daughter, and Scylla's ancestor, the Black Fire, was also a bastard son of the Targaryen family. I swore, I have an alliance with Stannis, just like. Jon rubbed his face hard and said in distress, you know how Robb died, the blood-red wedding is the biggest nightmare of my life. I can learn from anyone, but not Walder Frey. Where's Bran? Where is he, what is he doing? Sansa put down her handkerchief and glared with her red and swollen eyes. You told me that he could know everything about the Westeros through the weirwood. Why did he arrange such a fate for me? Why didn't he tell me that Melisandre used a ruby to make a double? And this time, if we knew that Stannis was putting on an act, if we knew that he was going to cheat the alliance of their pterosaurs and horns, maybe. If he had helped me just once, I wouldn't have ended up in such a humiliating state. Her face was contorted as she vented her dissatisfaction with Bran to Jon. I don't know. Maybe he's under some kind of restriction, or maybe he got into an accident. I've been trying to contact him recently, but I haven't succeeded even once. Jon shook his head dejectedly. Actually, he was the one who told me about the theory of the 5 Knights. After Melisandre's attitude towards me changed, he was the one who taught me supernatural knowledge. He knew the spells of the shadow-binding knights, as well as fire spells. He even helped me create the Winter Wolf Howl, based on Dany Alice's soul attacks. He clearly knew all about Dragon Queen's moves and even taught me defensive spells. But for some reason, he rarely mentioned Melisandre, nor did he analyze her spells for me. At that time, I thought that I already knew all of Melisandre's trump cards, so Bran didn't say anything. Maybe the Green Prophet's power has its limits. He doesn't know about Melisandre's abilities or her plans. Jon said hesitantly. Jon. Suddenly, Jon's eyes rolled back and his body stiffened as he collapsed on the chair. His 4 limbs and head twitched as if he was having epilepsy. Jon, save me, Jon, he's here, Jon, this was Bran's voice. It exploded in Jon's mind like fireworks under the noon sun, loud but weak. It became more and more urgent, forming an unrecognizable howl. Bran, is that you? What's wrong? Who's here? How can I save you? Sansa looked at Jon, who suddenly had epilepsy, then started screaming and struggling for no reason. She was confused and shocked. Jon, what's wrong? I don't blame you anymore. Don't go crazy, don't scare me. She shouted with a sobbing tone. He's here, he's trying to take the seal of the Green Prophet, no. Shouted an order to the children of the forest who were throwing magic grenades. Jon was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and the veins on his face and neck were almost popping out of his skin. He used a voice that did not belong to him to let out a thunderous roar. Burn them all. Boom. It was as if a soul nuclear bomb had been detonated in the Moongate Castle. Jon's consciousness was connected to Bran's, and the powerful willpower of the Green Prophet's seal entered Jon's mind through that connection. Then, it suddenly spread throughout the Moongate Castle. Sansa, who was shaking Jon's body with all her might, fell to the ground as if someone had hit her in the face with a club. She was bleeding from her 7 orifices, but she shouted at the top of her lungs, burn them all. Everyone in the Moongate Castle, including the nobles, knights, servants, guards, and even the sows in the pigsty, had ferocious expressions as they roared at the sky, burn them all. The sows and dogs did not speak human language. They used their own vocal cords to shout. An image appeared in the minds of everyone in the Moongate Castle. In a dark and cramped stone cave, an icy cold fog surged in from outside. A few squirrel-like monsters were holding black stones, the size of melons. As they retreated, they threw them into the fog. Boom! The melons and black stones fell to the ground, and sparks flew everywhere. They exploded into a ball of red flames the size of a washtub. The flames sizzled in the pale fog that was suffused with a faint blue light. They weakened visibly until they were finally extinguished. But after burn them all, the squirrel people began to throw black stone fireballs at the white snake-like tree roots around them. The tree roots seemed to have been poured with oil, and they ignited with a light touch. The white snake-like tree roots burned with red flames. They were like the tentacles of a flame demon, blocking the icy fog. The image disappeared. Other than John, Sansa's soul power was the strongest in the Moon Gate castle. She was the first to groan and recover. My head hurts. What happened? She shook her head hard and muttered in a daze. John slowly opened his bleeding eyes and said weakly, Bran, it's Bran. Before he could finish his sentence, his gray eyes that had regained clarity began to roll back again. Ah! John opened his mouth wide and roared, oh, no. Hold the door. At that moment, Bran's emotions were too agitated. The more agitated his emotions were, the more intense his conflict with the cold and merciless seal of the Green Prophet became. The intense conflict caused a huge amount of energy to leak out. Sansa saw in horror that the John in front of her was becoming illusory, as if he was about to disappear from this space and time. No. Finally, John was not immortal. He began to resist and counterattack. His left eye was covered by a thick shadow, and his right eye was burning with a bright red light. Bran, hold on. John let out a subconscious shout. It was not to save Bran who was being threatened by the ice creatures, but to save his underling who was being crushed by the seal of the Green Prophet. If he was conscious, John would only be at a loss and would not know what to do. But in his instinctive state, he made the most correct and most effective counterattack. The soul of Whitey the dire wolf entered his body. The winter wolf's howl was activated. The soul attack that landed on the seal of the Green Prophet was like a wave crashing onto a reef. Water splashed everywhere, and there was no effect. Not enough, far from enough. John roared ferociously. Sansa, Rickon, help me. What? Sansa asked in a daze. Her body tilted and she collapsed on the ground. At this moment, Wu was not fighting alone. His gray eyes had the reflection of his charming sky-blue pupils and bright, youthful eyes. Finally, it was not a wave crashing onto a reef this time, but a wooden boat. Wooden chips flew everywhere. The boat was destroyed, and the people died. The reef was still there. Not enough, still not enough. Sister, where are you? Arya? Arya was much stronger than Sansa. She hugged her head with a ferocious expression, resisting the pull from Bran's soul power. That's right, it was Bran. On the surface, it looked like John was fighting with his underlings, but he was powerless. On the other hand, Bran had both the will and the power. Ah, John? Tears streamed down Arya's face. She gave up resisting. A cold soul entered the Stark family bucket. An armored ship crashed into a rugged reef. The reef shook, and the armored ship turned into Titanic. It's still not enough, John despaired. But in the next moment, another will that was 100 times colder and 100 times stronger than Arya's came without warning. It followed Arya's soul thread and forcefully entered the Stark family bucket. No, Bran screamed in fear. He wanted to struggle and break apart the Stark family bucket, but it was too late. Boom, Kacha, the million-year-old Green Prophet's seal shattered like a glass window that was hit by a hammer. Ah, the Stark family bucket returned to their original bodies. What happened? Sansa and Jon, who were panting, asked at the same time. Then, they looked at each other in confusion. I think I saw Bran, Rickon, and Arya, Jon muttered. Sister changed. She became so cold, like the icicles hanging under the eaves of Winterfell's tower. Cold and sharp. There's another one even colder, like... Sansa's face paled. Colder than winter, like the long night. Jon's pupils constricted. He said in shock, King of the Deviant Ghosts. That's the King of the Deviant Ghosts. It's chasing after Bran and wants to steal that. But it followed Arya in. Why? Is it a coincidence, or is it Arya? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. The City of Knowledge didn't go back on its word. After killing Sir Ace, it sent the collected information about the demi-human deviant ghosts to the various lords. The other nobles were still suspicious, but John combined the information about the Night King in the Night Watchman's library and immediately confirmed that the King of the Deviant Ghosts was real. If that's really the King of the Deviant Ghosts, we're in big trouble. John covered his face and sighed. Illusion, it can't fool me. It's all an illusion. Sansa shook her head vigorously and comforted her brother. John, don't be afraid. It's all an illusion. It must be Melisandre. She's cursing us with blood witchcraft. What did the Stark family bucket do? Aunt May, who was blamed by Sansa, also sensed the change from beyond the Great Wall. When she stood by the fireplace and stared at the fire to find the answer, a pair of icy blue eyes looked at her. Her hair stood on end and she took 3 steps back in shock. The long night is here. Chapter 7:11. Aunt May gave up on her usual elegant and sexy swaying. She almost sprinted at the speed of 100 meters and hurriedly found Erlu outside the courtyard. Your Majesty, I've received a revelation. There's a big change in the north. The long night is coming. She panted. Erlu was excited to experience the pleasure of riding a dragon, but Aunt May's rare expression shocked him. He quickly climbed down from a 17-meter-long shadow dragon and asked anxiously, is the sea around the East Sea Watch and the Shadow Tower starting to freeze? Aunt May shook her head and explained, the sea in the north won't freeze. At least the bay near the Great Wall won't freeze until the magic circle inside the Great Wall is destroyed. The Great Wall is not only 500 kilometers long on the ground, but also 50 kilometers long on both sides of the sea. It's impossible for the other ghosts to dive in or wait for the sea to freeze. Erlu breathed a sigh of relief. He took off his helmet and handed it to the servant. He asked in confusion, then why did you say the long night is coming? The king of the other ghosts has appeared, Aunt May said solemnly. The kind spirit that the scholar said was haunted by the sin of extreme evil. I always thought the king of the other ghosts was the servant of the frost god. Erlu frowned. That's him. He is indeed the servant of the frost god. The scholar said it was just a human. Humans believe in the frost god and are the servants of the frost god. Erlu looked back at his pterosaur and pressed his right hand on the hot handle of the red sword. He gritted his teeth and said, where is he? I'm willing to follow fate and end the long night. After killing the king of the other ghosts, I'll come back to punish the rebels. This tone was like Guan Yu saying to Cao Cao, after I kill Hua Xiong, I'll come back to drink this wine. It wasn't that Erlu had become arrogant after having the pterosaur. It was mainly because Aunt May kept telling him that he was the child of prophecy and was destined to end the long night and bring light to the world. Erlu felt that with the pterosaur and the magic sword, he had reached the peak of personal strength. If I can't kill the king of the other ghosts, tell me, how can I improve myself? Then Aunt May began to tell him how to improve himself. Your Majesty, you are indeed the reincarnation of Yasuo Ahai in the prophecy. Fate has destined you to end the long night and bring light and summer to the world. This is also true. However, the servants of the frost god are far more powerful than mortals can imagine. Your current strength is far from enough to fulfill your mission. But Yeser and Yahai ended the long night with just this sword. Erlu unsheathed the long sword at his waist. The courtyard was immediately enveloped in a strange red light. Waves of heat spread out from the sword, blowing Erlu and Aunt May's hair. However, Erlu's hair was curled and charred, while Aunt May's face was like a spring breeze. Aunt May glanced at Red Sword and shook her head regretfully. Your sword is not in its best condition, and you need strength to break through the defense of the deviant Ghost King's servants. Just like that day under the Great Wall, more than 10 deviant ghosts and thousands of ghouls were sent out in a probing attack. Danny and Liz also had to rely on the help of thousands of savages to get rid of them. Thinking back to the battle between gods and demons, Erlu's pride from the pterosaur completely disappeared. He nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, "You are right. I need more strength. First, I have to take down the valley quickly before Bronze John and the others come back. I don't need to take down the entire valley. As long as I attack the Moon Gate Castle and take over the Blood Gate from the back, the vassals of the valley who are blocked outside will have no choice but to surrender. After getting the loyalty of the valley and going to the king's territory. 10 pterosaurs should be enough to take over the king's landing, right? When I am officially crowned as king, with the power of the 7 countries, it should be enough to deal with the other ghosts, right? No, it's not enough. Aunt May shook her head and said, I have a feeling that after the other ghost king defeated God's servant, his strength has increased tremendously. It is impossible to obtain the final victory with just the strength of a mortal. Erlu immediately understood Aunt May's thoughts. His eyes became sharp, and he puffed up his cheeks. He gritted his teeth and said, I can't kill him. Even if his father mixed up the Targaryen red dragon bloodline, even if he wants to usurp the Iron Throne, he is still a Targaryen, a descendant of a noble illegitimate child. He is not a complete foreigner. He was captured in the war as a noble and even paid me a ransom. I can't hurt him. Yes, he has the Targaryen true dragon bloodline, but it is because of this that his king's blood is even more valuable. Your Majesty, use his blood as a sacrifice to the great Lalo, and you can hatch the demonic dragon from a stone. Only the Megalosaurus is a true dragon, and only the Megalosaurus can deal with the deviant ghosts. Aunt May tried to persuade him for the umpteenth time. Well, this was not the first time. After Aegon's identity as the fake crown prince was confirmed, Aunt May began to encourage Erlu to sacrifice the demonic dragon he hatched from the stone. She had never suggested this before, not because she didn't want to. In fact, she wanted it so much that she even dreamed about it. He was the Dragon Queen's nephew. Could the extremely rich king's blood pull Lalo's divine kingdom into the material world? But she didn't dare. Aunt May was not afraid of anything. She burned the statues of the 7 gods, burned the forest of God, burned anyone who dared to blaspheme the red god, burned the nobles, burned the king's descendants. She dared to burn anything because those existences could not threaten her. But the Dragon Queen could take her life. Was Aunt May afraid of death? It was hard to say. But she definitely did not want to die, because she had a mission. In order to fulfill Asha's prophecy, she had waited for hundreds of years. She definitely did not want to die until she saw the end of the long night. But she had touched the Dragon Queen's nephew, so she had to die even if she didn't want to. But if Aegon was the fake nephew, then, she should hate him as much as she loved him before. If she burned him, it would have nothing to do with the Dragon Queen. However, Erlu was stubborn. He held on to the false honor and refused to let go. Was Erlu a righteous and just person? Dany could not figure out Erlu's personality. But when it was not a matter of life and death, Erlu could really be strict with himself and treat others harshly. In fact, to understand Erlu's personality, one could refer to Liu Bei in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Everyone scolded Liu Bei for being a big-eared thief and a hypocrite, but he really did not do anything evil in his life. Compared to the honest and cute traitor, Boss Liu, who never massacred a city, was as kind as an angel. If there really was a god, even if Boss Liu did not become a saint after his death, he would at least be reincarnated into a middle-class family in his next life. Old Chow would probably be rolled in a pot of oil and cut into pieces on a mountain of knives. Considering that he had contributed greatly to the war against the other races, the 18 levels of hell would be a little harsh. But at least he would be reincarnated as a woman in his next life and meet a perverted old man who liked his wife. Erlu was Liu Bei in the Song of Ice and Fire world. But Liu Bei was a benevolent persona, while Erlu was a just persona. Boss Liu was luckier. Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Zhuge Liang were all loyal and righteous people. The key was morality. Even if the people around Boss Lu were not capable, they were all moral role models. As long as it was not a matter of life and death, even if Liu Bei did not want to disappoint his friends and leave, he would still be benevolent. Lu was unlucky. He was born in the Seven Kingdoms. In the beginning, he was surrounded by rotten people like Robert, Renly, Littlefinger, Jamie, Cersei, and others. Later on, he met a shadow-binding knight who was bewitching and had no moral restraints. He was influenced by the company. Actually, if Lu followed his nature and chose people like Davos to be his close friend and never met Melisandre, he would definitely be like Liu Bei. He would be a good person with no flaws his whole life. As for the matter of life and death, Liu Bei's most moral decision in his life was whether to take Liu Zhang's Sichuan. At that time, Cao Cao had already decided to attack Hanzhong. Liu Zhang had indeed asked Liu Bei for help. Liu Zhang and Liu Bei were not related. They were not relatives either. Hence, Liu Bei's choice of success or failure did not cause much moral damage. Lu was the opposite. The biggest stain in his life was killing his own relatives. At the beginning of the War of the Four Kings, Lu was able to follow the tradition of Bella Theon's brother in Sanlu. It was a tradition that Lu set himself. His unconditional loyalty to Robert had nothing to do with brotherly love. It was a responsibility that stemmed from the interests of his family and the country. Robert was dead. Now that he was the elder brother, he hoped that Sanlu would be as loyal to him as he was in the past. For the sake of lumbering and the country. Then, Renly threw a peach to him with a smile. I can treat you to a peach. Loyalty? Ha ha ha. At that time, Lu's choice of success or failure was to swallow his anger and retreat to Dragonstone Island under his younger brother's scornful gaze. He would admit defeat and give up his power. Lu's right of succession was indeed higher than Renly's. Or, he would give the foolish tease a peach and pluck his peach. He would then take over the King's Landing and carry out his responsibility as Robert's successor. If Liu Bei was in Lu's position, Liu Bei might also break his character. Of course, Lu did not have any capable people by his side. If Zhuge Liang was used to replace Aunt May, Lu would most likely be able to pluck Renly's peach easily. He might even have a brilliant plan to make Renly submit to him willingly. Or perhaps the Zhuge of the fantasy world would come up with the maze of eightfold maze and defeat Tyrion, the fake Zhou Yu, without even having to pluck Renly's peaches. The ugly dwarf setting fire to the Blackwater River was a bit like Zhou Yu setting fire to the Red Cliffs. No matter what, with Zhuge Liang's wisdom, Lu would not have to face the choice of success or failure. Alright, I've digressed. Lu did not have Liu Bei's luck and became a failed Liu Bei. But a failed Liu Bei would not lose his integrity unless it was a matter of life and death. That was why Lu had always rejected Aunt May's suggestion to sacrifice Aegon. Just like how he had always opposed the sacrifice of Robert's illegitimate son, Derek. And although Aunt May was not as smart as Zhuge Liang, she understood the character of the person she was serving. She said seriously, Your Majesty, it's fine if the King of Strange Ghosts does not move. But once it appears, it means that the long night has officially begun. Lu looked up at the sky. It was a rare sunny day in winter. The sun parted the thick gray clouds, like a shy ant peeping at the mortal world behind the curtains. This is the long night. He pointed to the sky and asked. Aunt May nodded, The long night is like the wind. The wind rises and blows from the distant land of eternal winter. Although the distance is far, it will definitely come. Tell me, what if the King of Strange Ghosts crosses the Great Wall? Lu asked again. Aunt May frowned. In theory, the King of Strange Ghosts cannot cross the Great Wall no matter what. Lu stared at her. But I really have a premonition that danger is coming. If you don't hatch the dragon in the stone, it will be too late. Aunt May said with a serious expression. Can it really hatch? Lu asked softly. I swear, I received a revelation from the King of Light in the fire. The dragon broke the stone egg and came out. Erlu's expression was conflicted. The failed Liu Bei faced the choice of life or death again. Chapter 7:12. Must it be the king's blood? Perhaps we can capture a lot of rebels in the process of conquering the valley, Erlu said. Aunt May's red eyes shone. It must be the king's blood. Quantity can't replace quality. The ragged prince seems to call himself Prince Pentos, and he's a descendant of Valeglia. Does he have the king's blood in him? Erlu gritted his teeth. Aunt May's red eyes dimmed. She nodded and sighed. He has the king's blood, but it's too little in his body to hatch a stone egg. Aegon's true dragon bloodline is also very thin. He's a bit far from the main Targaryen bloodline, but it doesn't mean that his blood is thin. Besides, he was officially crowned as the king of the Seven Kingdoms. She seemed to be worried that Erlu wouldn't understand, so she said more directly, Aegon's blood is 10 times that of Aide's. 10 times? Erlu glared at Aunt May and ground his teeth. A branch of the Targaryen illegitimate son who had only been a fake king for a few months had more destiny than the son of ancestor Theon Beira. 10 times? How much blood did he, Stannis, draw out in the past? It was a bit more than Aide's, but it was still far from 10 times. Aunt May knew that her truth hurt the king's soft heart of steel. She sighed and said, maybe Aegon's blood is mutated, or maybe he took some destiny from Dany Rise. Erlu's face looked better when he heard this. He stopped grinding his teeth and asked curiously, can he get destiny by being that woman's fake nephew? It should be, Aunt May said with uncertainty. Tommen isn't Robert's son, but Robert treats him as his son. When Joffrey was king, Tommen also had the king's blood in his body. It was even thicker than Aide's. Erlu looked away and asked awkwardly, strictly speaking, Dany Alice and I are still cousins. Can I get some of her destiny? Dany's grandfather and Erlu's grandmother were biological siblings. They were much closer to each other than Aegon and Dany. Erlu was not interested in this kinship, but if he could gain more Heaven's will, why not? I'm just asking. I don't have any other intentions. He turned around and hurriedly explained. Aunt May said with a wooden face, perhaps there is, but it's almost negligible, almost negligible. Two opposing kings cannot share the mandate of heaven. Then Aegon. Although Aegon's blood is distant, they are close. He calls her his aunt. If I also call her Aunt Dany, can I? Oh, no, I should call her cousin Dany. Can I get closer to her and borrow some fate from her? She looks like she's going to become the world empress. How rich is her destiny? If she becomes the world empress and I become the king of the Seven Kingdoms, there's no conflict, no conflict. The above ridiculous thoughts only appeared for a moment before they were immediately chased away by Erlu's stubbornness and pride. I'm the only legal heir to the Iron Throne. I don't need anyone's destiny. It belongs to me. Erlu pursed his thin lips and said, let's go and meet the ragged prince. Compared to the uncertain Megalosaurus, it's more practical to find the other 20 pterosaurs. Also, we can ask him about the dragon hatching. The whole world knows that the allies are hatching dragons. Despicable, shameless, untrustworthy, no honor. I should have known. You're even willing to kill your own brother for the Iron Throne. What honor is there to speak of? At the top of Snakewood City's tower, in a small room with bright windows, the ragged prince, who had removed his armor and put on his shackles, did not curse out loud. He only had a mocking smile on his face as he mocked softly. The old man's tall and sturdy body was straight. He was not defeated by this failure at all. Erlu sat across from him. The thin sunlight shone through the window onto his skinny face that did not show any shame. The treatment of the captive was not bad, but the atmosphere when the two met again was not too good. Who do you think caused this situation? Erlu's gaze was cold. He did not look away as he met the old man's sharp and mocking gaze. An untrustworthy schemer and an evil witch. It's all because of this. The ragged prince's huge eye bags were pulled up. His eyes were wide open as if he wanted to vent all his anger on the two people across from him through the window of his soul. Do you still remember the situation of our first negotiation? Erlu reminded him with a cold smile. At the time, I sternly rejected you. From the beginning to the end, I never showed any disrespect. Even if I didn't prepare any salt or bread for you, I still treated you as a guest. Even if you vaguely threatened me after I rejected you. The ragged prince's ferocious aura suddenly froze, and the anger in his eyes gradually disappeared. Erlu was still going on. You were completely defenseless at the time, and you were also on my ship. If I really wanted to go back on my word, I could easily take you down. But I didn't. I let you go, and the thought of killing you for your treasures never crossed my mind. But how did you treat me afterward? The ragged prince rubbed his nose and said, I didn't have the horn with me at the time, nor did I bring the group of winged dragons with me. I've never seen the horn before. How would I know how big it is? And how would I know if it was on you? If you had left with the dragons after I rejected you, how would this situation have occurred? Erlu retorted with a series of questions. The ragged prince sighed and said, I already said at the time that the Alliance army was determined to get Aegon. Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. The Alliance army had already arrived at Myrene City, and they were bombarded by the Dragon Queen's dragons every day. They lost hundreds of people every day. Not only did this damage their strength, but it also damaged their morale. But we still waited there for Aegon. You couldn't obtain victory in a direct battle, so you used Aegon to set up a trap for her. As expected, this is the style of a trading city. But even if you're used to being shameless, what does it have to do with me? Erlu's eyes were scornful as he mocked him lightly. The ragged prince was angered by his attitude. He said coldly, using schemes and not morals is a normal way of war. No matter what happened before, your betrayal during the second negotiation is a fact that can't be washed away. Ever since you brought the winged dragons to burn 15 of my ships, we've been enemies. You said that the way of war doesn't care about methods. If I don't trick you into coming down, how am I supposed to deal with the endless bombardment of 30 winged dragons? Erlu growled. The ragged prince sighed. You Westeros are really shameless. I attacked you, so we're enemies. That's right. But when you asked the Bravosi to be your mediator, when you sent a messenger crow and invited me to negotiate, it meant that the hostility between us had temporarily come to an end. Could it be that you Westeros can imprison the enemy at the negotiating table when negotiating? Your Majesty, I have to remind you that the long night has arrived, and the deviant Ghost King is about to attack. We don't have much time left. Aunt May didn't hide the annoyance and boredom on her face. Both of them had done shameless things, but neither of them wanted to be shameless, so they tried to prove that the other was shameless to cover up their own shamelessness. How shameless could they be? Hearing that the long night had arrived, the ragged prince was stunned. However, he didn't care about the deviant ghosts that belonged to the Westeros at all. He asked nervously, is Aegon really a fake? The news hasn't spread yet, right? If we're fast enough. Erlu waved his hand and coldly cut off his last hope. He's Illyrio's son, it's true. Announcing it in front of so many people would cause such a commotion, and Dany Alice would definitely know. Sigh. The ragged prince's straight back immediately bent down. That damn fatty, he tricked us so badly. Westeros, this damn shit pit, treacherous and evil. There are traps everywhere, and everyone is depraved. No wonder before leaving, High Priestess Jenny repeatedly warned him to be careful, careful, and careful. But he was already being careful enough. Erlu said, the dragon's horn cracked. Did you do something to it? Do you know what's sealed in the dragon's horn? The ragged prince smiled faintly. Dragon soul, a demigod dragon soul, one of the three ancestors of Veleglia, Megalosaurus, Vagor, Erlu said. The tall old man's pupils contracted in shock. You know so much. Did the dragon's soul leave? He almost escaped. Melisandre smiled charmingly. I was really fooled that day. Fortunately, I was the one who blew the horn. You can also stop the dragon's soul. The ragged prince said in disbelief. Also? Melisandre's eyes flashed, and she guessed, is it Dani Alice? Looking at the old mercenary's expression, Aunt May knew that she had guessed correctly. I didn't expect her to really receive a gift from the Great Wall. She's clearly a Targaryen of another race, but she doesn't believe in the old gods, she said with a complicated expression. You didn't succeed in stopping him. Just as the ragged prince's face relaxed, the red-robed woman shook her head again. I couldn't stop the dragon's soul, but I didn't give him a chance to return to Vagor, she said. Just like the dragon slayer's horn, if the magic runes in the dragon binder were destroyed, the demigod dragon's soul sealed in the horn would regain its freedom and could instantly reunite with its master, the dragon's soul. The value of a demigod dragon's soul was too high. Jenny really needed Aunt Dani's nephew, but she didn't want to give her treasure to an aunt that she didn't care about in terms of identity, status, and ability. So, she used a little trick. The horn could be blown many times, but once the ability to control the pterosaurs was used, the runes in the horn would automatically be destroyed. Then, the dragon's soul would break free and merge with the soul of Goat Egg's younger brother, Goat Horn, Vagor, in the form of a dragon's soul. Actually, it was still Goat Egg. The three brothers had already merged into one. Aren't you afraid of offending the alliance? The ragged prince said with an unpleasant expression. The alliance is very strong, but you probably won't be able to get past Dani Alice, Aunt May said with a smile. You can't imagine how strong Veleglia is, the ragged prince said proudly. Erlu sneered and said, you can win with your own strength. Why spend so much effort to kidnap her fake nephew? You don't understand, I don't need to understand. Now, tell me where the other 20 pterosaurs are, Erlu interrupted him. The ragged prince closed his eyes and said calmly, I'm not Aegon. Don't try to take my peaches like you did to him. I'm Prince Pentos. Give me the treatment of a prince. Then, let's continue to waste time. Let's see if you can outlast the alliance. The peach-picking secret book had a limit to greed. Never think about taking all of someone's peaches. So, Erlu didn't insist. He stood up and looked at the tall old man meaningfully and said, don't worry. I'll definitely receive you as the king. Chapter 713. Erlu did not stop and arrived at the guest room of the Iron Treasury. Sir Taichu, you are not a captive. You can leave at any time. Aren't you afraid of offending the alliance? Taichu's long and thin goat-like face showed obvious dissatisfaction. Will I offend the Iron Treasury by doing that? Erlu looked at him calmly and asked in return. Taichu's eyes flickered a few times. He said ambiguously, the Iron Treasury is the witness of your negotiation with the Ragged Prince. Your actions this time can be considered as tarnishing the Iron Treasury's reputation. I don't know how the Iron Treasury will react, but it is obvious that your actions will put us in a difficult position. Perhaps the Iron Treasury will seriously consider reducing your loan amount and interest rate. Erlu's deep eyes flashed with a mocking glint. Yes, you will have to seriously consider reducing my interest rate by at least 50%. Are you crazy? Taichu's goat-like eyes widened. It was as if he had seen a coquettish Erlu in women's clothing. The one who is crazy is you, the Iron Treasury. How dare you interfere in the kidnapping of Dani Rise's loved ones? Have you forgotten the wrath of the Wings of Death? How dare you side with the Pentos mercenaries in the negotiation right in front of me? You even sold him information about the fleet, causing me to lose hundreds of thousands of gold royals. Erlu got angrier as he spoke. He pointed at Taichu's nose and gritted his teeth. Do you really think that Stannis, Bella and Theon are your puppets to control the Westeros? You can try. Taichu was momentarily intimidated by Erlu's aura. He shrank back with a pale face. No, you think too much. We are just pure businessmen, absolutely fair middlemen. We have no intention of offending Danny Rise, nor. Taichu suddenly came back to his senses. Are you not the Iron Treasury's puppet? Military funds, food, and troops are all supported by bravos. Why are you being unreasonable in front of me? Your Majesty Stannis, please watch your words. Goatee suddenly stood up, raised his chin slightly and said proudly, the Iron Treasury is not to be slandered. Erlu's eyes turned sharp. He took a step forward and grabbed Taichu's collar with his well-defined right hand like an iron pincer. His left hand pulled out the red sword with a clang. He pressed the blade against Goatee's neck and made a sizzling sound of roasting meat. Ah, Goatee howled. He felt an unbearable pain from his skin to his muscles, spine, and even his soul. It was as if a flame demon was tearing at his flesh with lava dripping from its teeth. Erlu was stunned and quickly moved the blade away. He was just so excited that he was ready to draw his sword and lay it on the neck of the Bravosi to show him his determination. In order not to accidentally injure Goatee, Erlu even purposely avoided the sword. Who would have thought, the hero's crimson sword's power has increased? Melisandre said in bewilderment. Is it? Erlu didn't feel anything. Look at him. Aunt May raised her chin and pointed at the representative of the Iron Treasury who had rolled his eyes and almost fainted. The long night has descended. The sword spirit seems to be awakening on its own, she said hesitantly. Erlu sheathed his red sword and looked at the crying Taichu with disdain. Maybe he's too weak and can't bear the pain. Can a weak person cross thousands of kilometers of the Wolf Forest mountain path? Erlu was silent. Taichu had walked at least 2,000 kilometers in the waist-deep snow of the Northern Territory from the Eastern Sea. He was indeed not a weak person. I'm sorry, he said to Bravosi. I apologize for my insulting words to you just now. You are not a coward. But I can only say that you deserve it for burning your neck. Have you forgotten who helped you out of your predicament? Taichu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and gritted his teeth. Don't tell me I don't have to pay my debt, Erlu said indifferently. The Iron Treasury does not allow debts to be owed. Isn't that enough? Erlu mocked. I do owe money to the Iron Treasury, but I don't intend to go back on my word. I borrow money to pay my debts, and the Iron Treasury provides loans to collect interest. You and I have normal economic dealings. What makes you think I'm inferior? Taichu was stunned. He smiled bitterly and touched his neck. He said sensibly, I'm sorry. I apologize for my arrogant words. I deserve it, but, aren't you and Danny Rise mortal enemies? The Alliance is also her mortal enemy. Even if the enemy of your enemy isn't your friend, you shouldn't fight. You must know that the Iron Treasury firmly supports your ascension to the Iron Throne. I also don't deny that Bravosi doesn't like Danny Rise. However, did I introduce the Ragged Prince to you because I had ill intentions towards you? 1 Aegon in exchange for a dragon's horn, a dragon egg, and 30 pterosaurs, it's worth it no matter how you look at it. This is a matter of principle. The defeated Liu Bei said stiffly. Worth my ass. If the Alliance kills Danny Rise, it's fine. But if she wins and comes back to settle the score with me, will the Iron Treasury be so easy to talk to then? You just want me to stand at the front and charge through the enemy lines for you. Erlu wasn't stupid either. Taichu sighed helplessly. Since it's already like this, there's nothing more to say. Just hope that the Alliance won't find a chance to pursue this matter. The long night has arrived. If the Alliance wants to take revenge, they have to survive until next summer, Melisandre said. The long night? Tai Chu curled his lips. He wanted to mock her, but when he saw the red sword at Erlu's waist, he was shocked and fearful. The words on the tip of his tongue changed. This is the demon sword forged by Yasuo Yahai after sacrificing his wife Nisa. It's indeed evil. He pointed at the sword and asked. Melisandre frowned and said unhappily, this is the holy sword that ends the long night and saves the world. Holy sword? But I'm not a deviant ghost. Why can't it differentiate between right and wrong? Tai Chu said with a bitter smile. Erlu didn't answer this question. He only said in a low voice, do you know where Pento's mercenary hid the remaining 20 pterosaurs? Tai Chu's eyes flashed. He understood his thoughts and asked tentatively, how much can we get from the iron treasury? Erlu glared and gritted his teeth. It was night. The crescent moon was like a sickle, cutting through the layers of dark clouds. It draped an almost invisible silver veil over the quiet and dark divine forest. Four blazing flame red heart knights in full armor walked silently through the forest path. The old Pento's mercenary was in the middle of the knights. The chains on the old man's hands and feet made crisp clinking sounds. It's so late. Where are you taking me? The ragged prince's throat was dry. Sensing the fanaticism hidden under the knight's solemn expression, his huge eye bags kept twitching. I'm Prince Pentos. The old mercenary had been calm and quiet before, but now his voice was trembling. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, I should at least be treated as a duke. It's a pity you're not from the Seven Kingdoms. A frivolous male voice came from the end of the forest. However, we Westeros are hospitable. We'll definitely treat you as a king. The stone path turned at a 120-degree angle, and the red light of hundreds of torches was reflected in the ragged prince's eyes. Seeing the scene in front of him, even the old mercenary who had been trained to be calm for a long time couldn't help but be shocked. 200 blazing flame red heart knights densely occupied the small space around the heart tree. And right under the weirwood heart tree, there was a pile of firewood as tall as a man. The red-robed woman stood in front of the pile of firewood with a small wooden box in her hands. Stannis, did you invite me to attend the evening prayer of the Red God? The ragged prince forced himself to be calm. Erlu ignored him and only stood there, facing the weirwood on the white bone tree trunk. He clenched his teeth and his square chin slightly bulged. No one knew what he was thinking. Yes, we're in the middle of the evening prayer. You're the only one left. Gordy Farland's eyes were excited, and his tone was strange. The old mercenary sighed. He was more or less certain of his tragic fate. His fear and panic dissipated, and he regained his calm demeanor. He looked at Erlu and asked, from the beginning, I knew that the justice and law you insisted on would disappear when you hurt your own interests. So, I can understand you going against the tradition of not harming captives. But I'm really curious. Are you Westeros also stubborn? Starting from the Dragon Queen, to you Luen, and now you don't seem to be afraid of the entire world and the allied army formed by dozens of cities. Forget about the Dragon Queen, she's a ruthless person who's never been seen before. But you Luen, what do you have? What do you have? Octopus sea monsters and witches. Sea monsters are just playthings in Valeglia, and Far East Asia is full of witches. Even if Westeros are desolate, with your status, you shouldn't be so short-sighted. This time, Erlu finally turned his head, his deep blue eyes filled with determination and indifference. Your nonsense is useless. I've made up my mind. The long night has come, and King Strange Ghost is on his way south. I need power to save the world. This is my mission, and also your destiny. The ragged prince didn't struggle, allowing the 4 red heart knights to tie him up in the pile of firewood. He asked softly, what power? Mystic Dragon. Melisandre opened the wooden box and took out a black and red scaled stone egg the size of a coconut. Your king's blood will please the great king of light and awaken the mystic dragon in the stone. Mystic Dragon, Mystic Dragon, Mystic Dragon. The surrounding Red Heart Knights' faces flushed red as they cheered fanatically. Sigh, you've all been deceived by Dany Rise. Sacrificing your loved ones. At this point, the ragged prince was stunned. She seemed to only want the king's blood. The allies have sacrificed their loved ones. They're all descendants of the noble royal family. But other than Yuan Kai, not a single megalosaurus has hatched. He smiled bitterly. That's because your dragon egg is fake, Melisandre said lightly. The ragged prince's pupils contracted. You found out? He'd received a dragon egg and a horn from Yuluen as a reward, but Erlu had snatched them away. The only reason he was willing to use the dragon egg as a bargaining chip was because Jenny had noticed at first glance that the dragon egg was made from broken fossil dragon eggs. So you purposely tricked me with a fake dragon egg? Erlu glared at him. The dragon egg was given to me by Yuluen, and Yuluen's dragon egg was stolen from Dany Rise. The ragged prince shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's very likely that she didn't have the money to buy the immaculate ones, so she made a fake egg to trick slave master Gith. In the end, half of the world was ruined by her. Erlu's tightly clenched jaw loosened as he was stunned. That woman is so cunning. She's so evil. Gordy Farron said in shock. Aunt May looked up at the sky and saw the crescent moon hanging in the sky. She said loudly, the time has come. Prepare to light the fire. Scarface Knight Richard excitedly carried a basin of palm oil and splashed it on the ragged prince's head. He shouted fanatically, Long live Lalo. Long live His Majesty Stannis. Long live the mystic dragon. The ragged prince licked the oil that slid down his old face and suddenly roared, Stannis, I'll wait for you in Lalo's purgatory of death. He struggled with his hands that were tied to his waist and raised two middle fingers. One pointed at Erlu and the other at the ground. Hypocrite of justice. Dogs hit Westeros. May hell not have any of you. Unfortunately, all of you deserve to go to hell. Shit. Aunt May raised her slender finger and pointed in front of her. Boom. The ragged prince and the pile of firewood burst into flames. Ah, the old mercenary wailed in the flames. The night is long and dangerous. Only my lord, the believer prayed loudly. A shadow reached out from the flames and wrapped around Aunt May like an octopus tentacle. Crack, crack. A crack appeared on the eggshell. Chapter 714. The Lindelli family of Snakewood City had a history of several thousand years. The weirwood tree in the middle of the divine forest was as thick as a canopy. Its white bone-like trunk and blood-red palm leaves extended for more than 10 meters. At this moment, it was like a giant flaming crown that was placed above Snakewood City. The people of the Northern Territory and the nobles of the valley rushed over angrily. Just as they opened their mouths to curse loudly, the curses were stuck in their throats and could not be spat out. Their eyes were wide open, the fear on their faces distorted under the fire and shadows. The bright red flames and the ice-cold shadow tentacles that were as black as ink. The light and shadows projected on the fanatical flame knights twisted like living creatures. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the dragon egg cracking was very soft. The sound of the surrounding firewood and weirwood burning was very loud, but everyone present heard it and looked over. Just as everyone thought that the dragon egg was about to hatch, the shadow tentacles extended from the flames suddenly retracted. Only the crackling of the burning charcoal could be heard. Did we fail? Erlu asked softly. We failed. Aunt May nodded, but her heart-shaped face was so red that it glowed. Her red eyes flickered with an excited red light, and her waist-long, copper-colored hair danced a fire dance in the heat of the bonfire. My senses were not wrong. The long night has come, and the world has changed again. The great Light King has truly descended upon the world. His kingdom is closer to us than ever before. Melisandre's face was covered in tears. She was so excited that her whole body trembled. Originally, the Pentos people were far from enough to attract the Light King's attention, but he heard our prayers and answered us eagerly. Erlu frowned. Indeed, the Light King's miracle during this fire sacrifice was more intense than any of the previous ones. He could even feel the red sword at his waist throbbing slightly. However, Lalo had tried so hard, but he still could not hatch the dragon. But we failed. He sighed. I told you that the king's blood in the Pentos people is very thin. Erlu's thin face was conflicted. He said helplessly, I thought. Unfortunately, we only had one dragon egg. It's too late to regret now. He had always felt that it was unreliable to hatch a dragon through sacrifice. The reason was simple. This world Esper stone dragon egg was rare but not impossible. Lalo's priests were all over Urso's. As for the king's blood, it was much easier than obtaining the stone eggs. Why hadn't the Red God Temple kept Megalosaurus in the past few thousand years? Even though Melisandre had told him that times had changed. The Red Comet had made miracles possible, and Dani Lilith had brought miracles back to the human world. But the problem was, before the arrival of the Red Comet, Aunt May had already advised him to hatch a dragon. Was he slapping himself in the face? Furthermore, several years had passed since the arrival of the Red Comet. Why hadn't the Red God Temple hatched a dragon yet? It was as unreasonable as a starving beggar desperately trying to sell his miraculous skill of turning stone into gold. But now, looking at the cracked stone egg, Erlu really regretted it. Melisandre might not be right every time, but she was right most of the time and rarely made mistakes. There's still time. Just as he was annoyed, he heard Aunt May whisper, the fire is still burning, and the ceremony is not over yet. Quickly bring Aegon over. Erlu's pupils contracted, and he asked in surprise, are you sure we can continue? Aunt May nodded confidently, we have to be quick, or this dragon egg will really be wasted. The expression on Erlu's face was like a pair of love-struck men and women fighting. One moment he was on top, the next he was on top. King Yi Gui is heading south, right? He asked softly. Aunt May looked at Erlu with firm eyes and then turned her head. Her red eyes flashed with a bewitching red light, and an inexplicable pressure shrouded everyone who looked at her. The people of the northern region, the people of the valley, and the angry Lin Deli clansman, the owner of Snakewood City. Yasia's prophecy is coming true. The long night has come, and you will soon receive news from the Night Watchers about the changes beyond the Great Wall. The servant of the God of Frost, the King of Yi Gui, is leading countless monsters to attack. Only the reincarnation of Yasua and Yahai can save the world, she announced loudly. Her voice seemed to carry a kind of magic power. Everyone who heard her speak, everyone who saw her flashing red eyes, saw the big shining ruby on her neck, could see a kind of great horror. The horror came from the Red Witch, but it did not originate from her. What do you mean? The great John shouted, suppressing the wild panic that was growing inside him. Erlu did not hide behind the woman. He stepped out from the crowd and stood in front of the people of the northern region and the valley. He said in a deep voice, I am the savior mentioned in Yasia's prophecy. Of course, it is also possible that I am not. But whether I am the savior or not, the long night has come, and Yi Gui is attacking. My responsibility to the Seven Kingdoms and the people of the Seven Kingdoms will not change. My strength is not enough to deal with the king of Yi Gui. I need the Megalosaurus, and to hatch the Megalosaurus, I need a sacrifice. You want to burn His Majesty Aegon to death? Meiji was shocked and angry. You dare. Big John's face was ferocious. He unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Erlu. If you dare touch a hair on his head, I will cut you alive. Erlu looked down and glanced at Cold Edge, who was 3 feet away, and nodded. That's right. I declare Aegon Mopatis, the Pentosian, to be executed at the stake for the crime of mixing up the royal bloodline and conspiring to usurp the throne of the 7 kingdoms. Mopatis was Illyrio's surname. Syra was the illegitimate daughter of Blackfyre, but she was officially married to Illyrio. Thus, Aegon's real surname was Mopatis, not Blackfyre, and not Targaryen. Just like Erlu, his grandmother was a proper Targaryen princess, but he was just Theon of Bella. No one would call him Targaryen. When they heard Pentosian, Aegon Mopatis, the curses in the crowd decreased by 70%. That's right. Aegon's maternal grandfather was Blackfyre, and he had his own surname. He could not even be considered a citizen of the 7 kingdoms. Even the Targaryen of the past, Targaryen had purchased Dragonstone Island, the outpost of Valeglia, which belonged to the Targaryen family, 1,000 years in advance. He had also brought with him epoch-making technology and wealth that could rival a kingdom. Then, he had painstakingly operated on Dragonstone Island for 100 years before he could barely assimilate into the Westeros. In other words, he had obtained the precious Westeros residence permit. The ancestors, the Undulls, and the Loinars were all foreign invaders, but they were extremely xenophobic just like a certain country today. He is the son-in-law of the House of Stark. Countess Meiji roared at Erlu. Don't ever think of harming Stark's people in front of the Northerners. She turned around, and her hard old face twisted into an evil spirit under the light of the fire. She glared and gritted her teeth as she shouted at the people who had come down from silence. I said, no one can harm the son-in-law of the House of Stark in front of us, right? Yes. Big John suddenly came back to his senses and roared into the sky. Whether he is a red dragon or a black dragon, whether he is a foreigner or not, he is Sansa Stark's legal husband. No one can harm him. We swear to defend Stark's honor with our lives. All the Northerners shouted in unison. Their momentum soared to the sky, and even Aunt May's demigod soul was intimidated. Erlu clenched his jaw so hard that his teeth creaked. Aunt May carried the dragon egg and walked over gracefully. She said softly, how ridiculous. Even Stark doesn't treat him as one of his own. You outsiders are the only ones who are so excited. Big John shouted, what are you talking about? Where have Jon Stark and Sansa Stark been these days? Aunt May sneered. Big John was at a loss for words. Were they at Moongate Castle, or had they returned to Winterfell? They hadn't been seen for days. Sansa Stark and Tyrion Lannister were also legal husband and wife. Aunt May's smile grew wider. Do you think Aegon brought her less shame than Tyrion? Sigh, poor girl. No matter what choice she makes, I can understand. You should understand too. Impossible, impossible, you're misleading us. Count Meiji's old face was pale. Her eyes, which were once more resolute than a rock, were now filled with panic and doubt. Big John opened his mouth wide. He looked at Meiji, Erlu, Aunt May, and then turned to look at his companions. His heart was in a mess. He wanted to get an answer from them. What should I do? But no one could tell him. Everyone had different expressions. Some were bewildered, some were thoughtful, some were convinced, some were indifferent, some were excited to watch the show, some were hesitant to speak, and some were muttering softly. But no one shouted to die for Stark's honor. Just as the Red Witch had said, even Stark himself wanted to get rid of Aegon's stain. Why were they so anxious? Erlu gave Gordy Farlan a look, and the knight excitedly left with his 4 guards. Some saw them, while others didn't. Some of the people who saw them knew what they were going to do, but no one stopped them. After a while, the blazing red heart knights carried the roofless palanquin. Amidst the clanging of armor and scabbards, they ran through the divine forest and came to the burning weirwood tree. King Aegon. Meiji couldn't help but exclaim worriedly. Aegon. Big John didn't call him king anymore, but he looked concerned. Aegon's condition was too bad. His once soft and elegant silver hair had become oily, and his rosy cheeks were pale and sunken. His gradually changing purple eyes were as dim as extinguished charcoal. His tall body was hunched into a ball, curled up on the soft couch, as if he was escaping from the cruel and merciless reality. Hearing the cries of Meiji, John, and the others, Aegon finally had some semblance of a living person. Where's Sansa? Where is she? His hoarse voice was filled with fear and anticipation. Sansa. Queen. She's not feeling well. She probably went back to Winterfell. Meiji didn't dare to look at the pair of eyes that emitted the last light in the embers. Her voice was weak. The last light was extinguished, and Aegon collapsed on the palanquin. Ha, I told you, but you didn't believe me. Gordy Farland's eyes shone with excitement. He bent down and spat out the most vicious words to the disheartened Aegon. Your mother is a Lys prostitute, and your father is a nouveau riche spice merchant. Ask any of the knights here if they're willing to marry their daughter to the son of those two. From now on, every time your name enters Sansa Stark's ears, it's like she was raped by a noseless ugly dwarf in public. She's brave enough not to kill herself after such humiliation. What are you still dreaming about? Aegon was so humiliated and desperate that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the palanquin. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.